Now with you, sir.
This is Josh Flowers. He's quarterback senior. This is Dylan Hudson. He's linebacker senior.
Give us an update on the Baker program.
All right, man. It's been a great summer. We've had a great summer. We have kind of modified our approach to some things that we did compared to some years past. So I think it's probably been more beneficial for us. We changed some things up and did a few things a little bit differently, and we've had a great summer. Did some 7-on-7s. I'm not a big fan of 7-on-7, but I know the great thing about that is you get to compete. They get to compete and get them out there, so that's always a good thing. It's been great. We've had really made some strides in some areas that we really needed to work on. So we've been extremely excited about it.
Yeah, let's talk about returning starters. How many returning starters do you have on offense and defense?
On offense, we have, I think, six? I think 6 guys coming back. On defense, I think we have 4 coming back. So, yeah. Offensively, we've got Josh, a quarterback. He's been there since he's a sophomore. So that's great. That experience is always great to have. Nothing beats that on a Friday night. We got Bryce coming back, our receiver. That's always good. Is the amount of experiences that most of our players that are coming back. You can't replicate that. You can't replicate the experience of a Friday night environment, no matter where you are and where you're playing. So that's always beneficial.
Yeah, the fact that you guys are the 3rd largest 7A school in the entire state.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's no problem getting players. Have you had that problem at all?
Yes. The number. I mean, you can put 11 out there. It's like while we went and played somebody last year, and they had like 40-something kids on the sideline, but you can only put 11 out there at a time. So, getting players out. I think there's a certain amount of transition. I don't know if I hadn't really talked to some other schools about it, but something we're seeing is. A different type of players coming out to play the game versus the same guys that were out, a few years back. So getting kids out is always great. It's wonderful. And that's something that we kind of take for granted, at our schools, and the fact that we have 100+ kids, on the sidelines or whatever. And we have, we have 60+ freshmen that come through the program or whatever, and you kind of get, you take it for granted, especially you talk to some other schools, some other places that don't have that many kids coming out. And I think we're all in the midst of a transition with players and with kids or whatever in football in general. So it's something that I think not only that Baker has to deal with, but all schools probably have to deal with.
Talk about that transition. I mean, really transfer probably is the way to put it.
Transfer, that and also, it seems that, there was a time when we didn't have that middle school years, through those COVID years. We didn't have some kids that went through, some summer programs, some summer stuff. So they're kind of, they came in and just played their game and left. And now when they get into a structured program where it is, 4 days a week and it's in the middle of summer and they're really not used to it. It's not something they normally do. It's tough for them to kind of go through that, So I think we're still kind of waning our way through that, navigating our way through those post-COVID years and what's effects from it,
Coach, what's your thoughts on the high school transfer culture?
The transfer portal, the high school transfer portal.
A high-profile quarterback can
Yeah.
to a Power 5 school.
Sure.
He could have up and left and gone somewhere else. What's
Sure.
your thoughts on that?
It's tough because, and I think, when you look at something that we have kind of seen firsthand at Baker with the whole process of schools that are in the midst of high school NIL programs and how that's going to change the landscape of high school football. And that's something we're kind of opening up and seeing, okay, how are we going to do this? How are we going to navigate through this? Because here we have places in Florida, places in Missouri that are offering high school kids money to come play football. Do you blame the kid? Absolutely not. I wouldn't blame anybody to do that. We live in a capitalistic society. It's just like anybody in this room. If you had an opportunity to go make more money at a better place, why would you not? So it harkens to the idea that here's this guy, that could probably, if somebody pursued them hard enough and the opportunity was there, would they leave and go somewhere else? I mean, that's a tough call for a young man, that economically in this day and age, that's a big That's a big deal. And you're talking about 16, 17-year-old young men. You're not talking about 25. Look at the problems we're having in college. Look at the problems we have in the pros with the guys who get elevated to a certain level, then get large amounts of money thrown at them. You know, how they manage that and how they navigate through that. How do you think somebody like these guys would deal with that? And that's tough. And the whole thing is, you know, the whole transfer situation it's a reality, but it's kind of always been a reality in high school. I think they kind of bring it to light more now than they did in the past because some of these high-profile programs or whatever. But you know, we've always dealt with kids moving around and kids, and some are legit. And that's the thing about it is, I mean, we lost 2 of our starters this year who transferred to other schools, but I kind of feel like there were legitimate reasons why they had to leave. You know. So that's the thing you got to balance out.
Your non-region schedule is one that's extremely tough. They prepare you for that playoff push. I mean, you looking at the end of the season, you're looking at Team Mountain Brook who made it all the way to the state championship game. You have Wetumpka, of course, Theodore. And
sure.
So what goes into your non-region schedule?
Well, you know, it's kind of always, as a head coach, I'm always learning. You know, I've been doing this a long time, but I've only been a head coach. This is only, I think, my 5th year. So, you know, when I was making the schedule 2 years ago, I kind of thought, man, I'm going to give us the toughest competition we can face because we need to get ready for playoffs. We got to face these schools up north, face this tough competition every Friday. In actuality, you know, it may not have been a smart thing because I'm also dealing with the minds of 15 and 16-year-old young men who necessarily don't see it as a challenge, but at the end of the night, like, oh my God, we got to face, you've got to climb another mountain, got to climb another mountain. My goal and hopes is at the end, they will go, okay, yeah, coach, I see why we did it. But at the time when you go through it, like last year, I had a lot of kids say, you know, coach, why don't you schedule somebody easy? We could have, you know, we need an easy day off. But, you know, I just don't have that kind of mentality. And that's, you know, and that's what I'm trying to instill in these young men is, you know, you're going to face something tough and adversity every single day in life. You know, let's get ready for it and let's do it. And let's play tough teams and get us better, you know, whether we win or lose. And a lot of times that's the thing about it is they just, you know, and people often just see the win-loss record. They don't see, you know, what I'm hoping for, the benefits of playing those tough teams. Yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal.
Josh, when you see the transfer situation that's going on in high school football, and you see a guy like Ladarius Philon leap and go, you know, play for a program that you play more basketball than you probably do school, is it challenging, has it been challenging for you to weigh options of guys reaching out, or what has been your experience with that situation?
Talking about like transfer and everything?
Yeah, just like, have you faced people saying, hey, come over here, Baker's,
all the
you know, they're
time.
down. Like, I mean, what are the conversations like?
All the time.
All the time, but I don't, me personally, I don't want to leave like the school that I started with. You know, I'm just gonna finish out with this school, like with my guys that I've been with since middle school. So, you know, LeBaron, it was a better situation from him. You know, he's probably getting paid up there again, like more looked at and everything, facing tougher competition that he'll eventually face in college or in the pros. So, me personally, I just want to stay where I'm at, you know, with my guys.
Steve, what does it mean to hear a guy say that?
Oh man, you know, you know, it makes you extremely proud that you've hopefully done something right to where he has that kind of an attitude. There is some sense of loyalty. You know, there is some sense of school pride still left, you know, in some of these players that feel like, okay, you know, look what we've done and look what we've all done together. There is a sense of brotherhood among our players that, you know, we're in this together. You know, I'm not going to branch out and go off and leave, and, you know, even if it does benefit me, it's not going to benefit us. And hopefully that's how, you know, you hopefully instill that into these individuals, some sense of commitment and dedication.
How has the sense of brotherhood or fraternity changed for coaches?
Among the coaching profession itself, you know, it's, you know, the tough thing about coaching is this. It's like, you know, you wins and losses dictate whether or not you have a job or not. You know, we place our livelihood in the hands of 16 and 17-year-old young men. And you know, that's just part of the profession, though. And it's all part of the fact that, you know, I think that coaches are always trying to figure out the best thing for them to make themselves, you know, better coaches, and what position are they going to be in to make them better. And that's tough a lot of times because, you know, you still have, you know, your responsibilities of family and everything else. But, you know, it's the camaraderie, I think, is still there to a degree. I think we're all fairly, and Mobile's a very different place in the sense that we're so spread out, we are so big, you know, and we see each other just occasionally. We don't see each other nearly probably as much as we should. We had the fish fry last night, though. LeBounty was there.
Talk about Bryce Kane and how he just emerged.
Yeah, it's crazy.
as the SEC.
Bryce is a phenomenal athlete, right? And Bryce has something you can't coach. He has elite level speed. You know, he is his times are legit. You know, so a lot of coaches see that, and they, you know, that's the one thing that, you know, that they will kind of throw down an offer a lot faster. You know, size and speed. And they kind of feel like the things that I screw up on and teach them, they can fix that. You know, they can fix that when they get to college. But he is one of those individuals that really wants to get better. He just doesn't ride on the fact that he's fast and he's faster than you. He really wants to get better at running routes. He wants to get better at catching the ball. And I'll give you a great example. It was a couple of Sundays ago. I came up to the field house to do something or whatever, and there were some guys up there, and it was raining on a Sunday. And it was him, it was Bryce, and they were out there running routes and just doing the little things, you know, just trying to get better, you know, at what they're doing, trying to, you know, develop their craft and get better at what they can do.
Josh, speaking about that, you know, I've seen that you've been doing a lot more training, you know, in the off season. You know, talk about how that has helped you prepare for this season.
I feel like because, you know, some quarterbacks who just starting off like in high school, you know, lack the mechanics and everything. So I just want to get all that down pat, you know, just keep working, keep grinding and everything, you know, making sure I'm on point to where I have to, you know, complete all these passes, do everything to set up my team to win.
Dylan, last year, part of the defense that was pretty solid, of course, helped Baker get his first win ever against Fairhope, holding them to just 10 points. What are you doing as a leader to step up to lead this defense this year?
This year, I'm really working on being the best I can be to be there for my team, and also I'm trying my best to be a very vocal leader because we do have a lot of younger players on the defense starting this year, and I want to be that vocal leader so we can help guide the younger guys and the whole defense to being the best they could be.
Right. How's the attitude of the defense been so far since you've taken on the leadership role? Have you seen a whole lot of positive results? Have you seen more of a, hey, let's go get them attitude?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like our team, they're taking leadership very well and they're responding to it well. And I've seen other people emerge to be leaders on the defense, and I think that's really going to help us strive and be great when it comes to battling adversity.
And that's tough too. That's tough. You know, as we as coaches always, you know, try to say, hey, we need more leaders. We need leaders. We need leaders. And that's not. You just don't throw that out there. You know, say, hey, go be a leader. Let's be a leader. It's something you got to grow into. You got to develop. You know, it's something that you kind of hopefully starts now, and as they progress through, it grows with them. You know, and that's something that we often talk about but we don't do a whole lot to develop and, you know, to make him into a leader. You know,
Playing as 7A Regional I players, what would you do different that you saw the seniors didn't do last year to make this team get over that hump of 7A Regional I, you know, not winning those first round games? What would you do different, both players?
No, I go first. What would I do different? You know, just go out there and fight to the end. You know, sometimes teams, they see like the score get ran up, they go out there and, you know, start, you know, BSing or like, you know, taking plays off and everything. Just go full speed every play, you know, and lead to that point to try to win in this game, try to finish the game up.
And I feel like what we could do better is look at our opponents differently. I feel like last year we looked at our opponents and we looked at the film and we saw them and we're like, they're really big, they're really strong, they have this and that. But I feel like we just have to forget about that and just play as hard as we can every single time, no matter how good or how bad we think they are.
Oh yeah, with a better mindset too. Like go out there and like, you know, prepare more. You know, don't think about, oh, they bigger than us, they faster than us, or they score more points than us. Just go out there and battle, because at the end of the day, it's one team versus another team.
Steve, you talk about Regional One, it seems like there's been a little more balance last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. You know, I think that, you know, with the coaching changes and the changes that they have done to kind of elevate their programs, I think that there's, you know, it's like Same thing these guys say. I think that even as coaches, we get complacent and we kind of say, oh, we can, we've beaten them last 10 years. We'll be okay next week. And that's not the case anymore. I think a lot of the teams in our area have gotten better, and they're getting better and going to be better. So it makes your region even tougher, so, which is good. That's the way it should be,
Josh, can you talk about Bryce, what you saw the first time he came out, and how much he's improved since then?
Well, yeah, the first time he came out, he had a hard time, getting his hands right with tracking the ball and everything, taking his eyes off the ball and everything. So, he just runs, track the ball no matter what. His speed's there, his route running got better, his catching got better. So he just evolved as a player.
Baker versus Theodore, first game of the season. No big game. How does that help you, though, with the remainder, of your season?
Oh, them guys gonna always compete. They're gonna come out, they game plan for you. Being one of the top players, they're gonna always game plan for you. Make sure you don't try to get off them and everything. So as a competitor, I'm just gonna go out there and try to, give them my all and everything. Focus on them and focus on winning the game.
Yeah.
Did you think when you first saw Bryce come out that he would develop into a college receiver?
No, he caught the ball with his face mask one time. The ball literally bounced off his head when he first came out there. I was like, oh my God. And but he is really, and again, that's the thing. That's a true testament to him is his hard work. He came out there and he'd played baseball his entire life. He'd never played football. Not even I don't think he even played Pee Wee or anything like that. He thought baseball was going to be his career. And he has an older brother who plays college baseball, very good athlete. And we had a young man, Javen Williams, who played the year before, who kind of did the same thing, who came out and had been a baseball guy his whole life. And his mom finally let him come out and play, and he ended up playing football, and he's still playing football right now, So the thing about it is when he got there, and he caught the ball with his face mask a couple times. And I told Coach Cal, our offensive coordinator, I said, man, we either we got to change some routes or change something. But he started doing more work. And he's like a sponge. He's like, both of these guys are the same way. And you'll find that all these guys who are probably going to play at the next level, they want to get better every single day, and they want to learn. They want to know, what do I need to do to get better? And Bryce is that same way. He just grinds every day to for the little things too.
Coach, any coaching changes or additions to your staff?
Right, I got a couple guys that came over from. Bryant. Coach Pipkins, he came over. Coach Logan. He came over, and I'm working on another guy right now. I'm trying to get in, but he's not board approved yet, so we're going to wait on that. And I think it's about it, for new guys.
How important is that, though, when you got to play against that 7A region too, over there to have quality coaches?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, and I think that's something too that's kind of, I guess, gotten better in our region is the number of coaches, the amount of coaches, and the coaches that we have that really want to be good at their craft and be good at what they do. And we're always trying to find a little tweak here, a little tweak there that we can pick up, to make our ability to coach better. I think overall, at almost every staff around here, they've gotten better.
Coach, you remember the first time you saw Josh?
I do, absolutely. Yeah, a little bit. He's been doing this since you were a kid, He was, Pee Wee.
What did you see him the first time?
First time I saw him was when he was in middle school and he played at Causey. He was over there and I went and watched him play, and you could just tell he had, he was that good. And the fact that what was an interesting thing was when he came to Baker, I was trying to figure out if I should go ahead and bring him up as a freshman. And that's a tough thing to do because, your freshman years are very, very key in developing you as not only an athlete, but also how you're going to manage that team and manage the players around you. So I decided not to. I decided to leave him down and let him play freshman ball, let him stay with those guys. And I think it was probably the best decision for the team. Because, look at it now, like he just said a few minutes ago. Those guys are so close because most of them played ball at Causey together. They've been playing together for 5 or 6 years. And that makes a huge difference, on a Friday night, knowing that guy next to you has been with you, for that long. You know,
The middle school level, was he a better runner, passer? I mean,
runner.
was he-
Yeah, runner. he was better. He was good. He's good.
Having an older brother that went to the University of Alabama, how did that help you in your decision making of choosing colleges?
Well, it helped me because, you know, you had the opportunity to play for all these type of schools, you know, to compete and everything. You know, Alabama have a different program than Mississippi. So, you know, going to Mississippi, I feel like it helped me, you know, get on the field faster or just like, you know, develop as a quarterback, you know, quicker at the college level.
What made you choose Mississippi State?
What made me choose it? I just love the guys up there. You know, going up there is just like family and everything. But then you have the quarterback room, Will Rogers. He's going to be leaving for the NFL draft, so it gives me an opportunity to step in, you know, play as a true freshman and everything. So just to work hard.
All right, Coach, guys, appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you.
Thank you, man. We appreciate all y'all.
All right, Coach, tell us who you got with you today.
To my right, I got junior defensive lineman Chase Howard. To my left, I got big Kobe Wells, senior offensive lineman.
Okay, well, kind of tell us just give us an opening statement about what you think about Blount football right now.
Hey, I'm loving it. You know, it's early August. You know, I feel renewed. I'm at a program we're rebranding. One of the best programs in the South, I believe. Tons of tradition, tons of school spirit. I'm glad to be around these young men. They all have a strong desire to play football. They want to play football. So I'm excited. I'm rejuvenated. I think the players are buying in, and we're excited to get started on fall camp.
Let's talk about the story of the new helmets you guys got. Give us a little background regarding that.
To be honest, you know, when I first took this job, you know, and I was weighing the pros and cons of taking this job, you know, I knew the tradition of Blount, but it's kind of that cliche saying, you know, put some respect on our name. So I say, man, I want to come up with the moniker of MTB. A lot of people say, what is MTB? It's Matty T. Blount. You know, we normally refer to it just as Blount High School down here in Mobile, but it is Matty T. Blount High School. So it's just a mindset of put some respect on the tradition of Blount High School. So we went with the MTB. In the gold, when I first got there, I was doing inventory, equipment, jerseys, and I found an old gold jersey in one of the back locker rooms of Blount High School. And it kind of came to me like, you know what? We're going to get back to the gold standard. So that's kind of where the gold is. We're trying to get back to the gold standard of being the traditional Blount High School, Matty T. Blount. So we came up with a new color scheme, new monikers, new design, and we're going to roll with it, try to make the most of it.
They got the gold jerseys?
That's a surprise. You know, the helmets wasn't supposed to be revealed quite yet, but when your principal posted on social media, you put it out. You go ahead and put it out.
Matty T. Blount, long time history, 5-time state champion.
Yes, sir.
Do you feel the excitement in the kids, you know, being there for the first year?
No doubt. I think there's excitement. Obviously, anytime you bring in a new coach, anytime you change the color scheme or change the design of uniforms, kids are intrigued and bought in. I think the community's bought in. I think, you know, again, being a traditional powerhouse and after finishing with 2 losing seasons back to back, I think everybody wants to get back to the winning ways of Matty T. Blount High School. So I will say it didn't take much for me to corral the players, corral this community, but now we got to go put a great product on the field.
All right. How many kids y'all have out this year?
Man, we're at 106 now, and pretty much I add a different name or two every day. And that's a change for me. You know, my last head coaching job, I was on a roster of 45, 50 players, and that was the entire program. So to be now where I got 106 kids that all want to play football, that call me every night and say, Coach, hey, can we get extra work? I'm excited, and I'm telling you, I'm rejuvenated. I'm ready to rock and roll.
Coach, the benefits of having the spring game and seeing what you were working with, I know that gave you an opportunity to kind of evaluate, to make any changes that you needed to during the offseason moving forward to 7-on-7, but from May until now, are you satisfied with the progression that you've seen so far?
No doubt about it. The spring was the spring. The kids needed a spring. I think everybody needed to kind of get a taste out of last year out their mouths. So for us to have those 10 days of spring and they get acclimated with me, how I am on the field, I think that was important. But I can assure you we're a totally different team from what we played in May 15th. The kids have been cramming the weight room, working extremely hard. I think our condition is superior to where we were in the spring. We got more offense in, obviously more defense. We've been able to hound in on our special teams. So we're excited. We're ready to get fall camp started and get a little bit more physical with the pass on and go out and play game one.
All right, who should we look out for on offense? I know you guys had a pretty good running back this past season, and how's the running game going, and who should we look for as far as being at the quarterback position?
All right, well, I'm not going to tell you who the starting quarterback is going to be. And I think every position, being a first-year coach at a program, we want the kids to compete throughout the fall camp. So we don't have starters. We got guys that played extensively last year, guys that contributed, but we're not naming starters per se. We got kids that we know can play on Friday night, and I'll be honest, there's so much depth. I mean, I'm giddy just thinking about it all the time. I know I got at least 12-plus receivers that I think are 6A Region 1 caliber receivers, and more that are just Friday night guys. So I'm excited about every player on the roster right now. The kids are balled in, they're working hard, and, we'll get to titles as we get closer towards game one.
Continuity is very important within young people, doing the same thing and hearing the same voice. Blount hasn't had that continuity in coaching for a while. So you have people like Chase and like Kobe who are seeing different coaches and hearing different things. Talk about the importance of consistency coming from your voice and the stability that you're going to bring to a historic program.
That's a great question. I think, these kids deserve that. All kids deserve that. All kids want structure. They deserve structure. So every chance I get to stand in front of these young men and sell my vision of the program, of what I expect of them as men, as players, I think they need that. We try to start, especially when we're in season, we try to start every day off with a devotion where we have a Bible verse, and that Bible verse translates to what we're trying to get accomplished at practice. And at the end of the day, we come back to that Bible verse. How did this Bible verse affect what we got done today? So the more these kids can hear my voice, hear our vision, and we grow together as one, I think the better off we're going to be as a program.
Coach, you do seem refreshed and rejuvenated. Did you just feel like you needed that after your last head coaching job?
Yes, sir. The last one was a great opportunity. I'm forever grateful to Satsuma City Schools for blessing me to be a head coach. But also I sat back and thought, man, is this what being a head coach is all about? All head coaches work extremely hard. Your record does not dictate what type of coach you are. But I also wanted to make sure that I didn't stay there because those were such great kids. That was such a great place to teach. I also want to be ultra competitive as it relates to athletics. So obviously I took a year off last year, went back home for a year, and got to work under a great head coach and Coach Collier, to be an assistant coach again and see how important it is to have assistant coaches that understand their role and helping the head coach and making his life easier. So, it really rejuvenated me. But also being an assistant coach, I think the good Lord called me to be a leader. And when the Blount job came open, weighing the pros and cons of other opportunities, I thought this was a chance for me in my personality to showcase what I want to be as a head coach.
23 kids, got scholarship offers, including the kicker.
Yes, sir.
Out there at Blount. Talk about some of those kids who have those offers from those colleges.
Well, again, traditionally Blount has tons of talent. I think, as Mr. Labani mentioned earlier, I think the turnover of head coaches has limited the recruiting of Blount kids because every offseason there's been a different guy in charge. So the college coaches, when they come by, they don't know who I need to come see. I don't know who I need to call, who I need to get prospect sheets for. But I think, Blount doing a tremendous job getting me in the building early, and me being there along with the assistant coaches that was there helping out with recruiting. We was able to put packages together for the head coaches that came by and visit, communicate, speak on behalf of these young men. And obviously when you walk in the room and you see these guys, the stature of these guys and the potential of these guys and the character of these guys, you have no choice but to offer these young men.
You talked about being at Theodore last year, so you know the region.
Extremely well.
What's your thoughts on it?
It's tough.
It's tough, but I tell people all the time, my previous head coaching job was in a tough region. You was in there with #1 St. Paul's at the time, #2 UMS at the time, #3 Faith Academy at the time, playing in that 5A Region 1. And I can assure you my locker room does not look like the young men I have right now. So I'm okay with competing in 6A Region 1. I know we still have 3 top 10 teams in that particular region, but we want to also be a top 10 program by the end of the season as well.
Kobe, when UAB came by and offered you, what was going through your mind? This time last year, you just playing the band, and here come Coach Nelson. Now you get an offer from UAB. Just talk a little bit about that.
I was grateful. It was opportunity to go to school for free and play what I like to play.
Chase, the same thing when you got your offers. What went through your mind?
It was just a great opportunity. It just reminds me to continue to work. This season is a big season for me, coming off of injury, shoulder surgery. I'm looking at it as more opportunities to get more bigger offers.
Chase, also, Coach talked about the history of Blount. I know you have a family affair at Blount. Your brother previous to you went on to be very successful. How does he motivate you, and knowing that the purple and white, what it has meant to him and yourself and your family as well?
Just watching my brother throughout his years at Blount High School, he's just showed me the way, showed me how to carry yourself on and off the field. So he's just taught me to be a leader in the classroom, on the field, and so forth.
Chase, talk about being on the superintendent's council, one of the few kids in the whole entire county, but being a football player on that council.
Right.
How important is that for the kids at Blount to have a voice like yours representing the whole school?
It's a true blessing, great opportunity. It means a lot to me for me to be an athlete and on the superintendent advisory council board. It's always great for me to be able to share my voice and put my output out there and try to help different ways.
Well, let's talk about, how the atmosphere at Blount has changed now that y'all have a guy who's been successful, who's been on successful programs, someone who's a calming influence. How has that helped the team?
Coach Nelson, he just shows he's a great leader in the locker room. He's a great voice, and I feel everyone just buys in, and everyone on the team just listens, and he just has the locker room bought in.
Feeding off what Chase said, a lot of guys buying in, new energy, pumping the positive. All the guys buying in.
Kobe, pass blocking or run back blocking? Which one's your favorite?
I like the run block.
You got a pretty good back there to get you some big holes there. It definitely, I know when you go back and look at the film, you can say, look, I helped him do that a little bit, so I know that gives you a little positive self-gratification there.
Yes, sir.
Coach, talk about some key players, this season. So far, in the training camp, I know you got multiple kids.
We do, man. We're playing a lot of kids now. We're trying to get a lot of kids reps at practice. Without giving away too much, I'm really strong on the receiving core right now. The offensive skill guys look extremely well. We look fast. We catch the ball well. We run good routes. We're big up front. Again, I'm telling you, I'm in awe every day I come to work, man, at the stature of these kids, the toughness, the athleticism. They're hard workers. Defensively, we're extremely fast. The linebacker position, we're rangy. We're physical at safety. We try to compete with our corners every day. D-line guys, we got big guys, we got quick guys, we got technique sound guys like Chase right here. So I'm excited. Even with the kicker, you mentioned the kicker earlier, I think that's probably the bright spot. We try to end every other practice with a 2-minute drill, with a situation. And, the last 3 practices, he's had a walk-off 30-plus yard field goal from the right hash. So I feel good about it. When you talk about rebranding Blount, the rebrand is taking all the things that were negative about Blount that I've heard being away from Blount, and applying those and making those things a positive. So special teams has always been a thing that's kind of been a question mark for Blount, Matty T. Blount. So we're trying to rebrand that as well, and we work extremely hard on special teams. So the kicker was probably the bright spot right now. He's the one kid I'm anxious to see with the lights on, see if he can perform and showcase what we've been seeing in practice.
Coach, rebranding versus rebuilding. I know there's a difference there, rebrand versus rebuild. And also the second part of my question is, Okay, 1-0 is the mentality that you have. And
Yes,
that
sir.
first game is going to be against Viger.
Yes, sir.
Talk about the excitement of the Battle of Pritchard, but being at Ladd Peoples Stadium, and I know Coach talked about it earlier today, it doesn't matter where you play a football game,
Thanks, Sean.
parking lot, doesn't matter home or away, but the excitement just knowing that you do have the ability to play at Ladd Stadium for that Blunt Viger game.
All right, multiple parts to the question. First question, rebranding versus rebuilding. Rebrand is when you come into a program that the expectations are extremely high. Rebuilding, you go into a place where the administration or the community say, it's okay, coach, you got a while, you get this thing turned around. So when I took the job for Blunt, there was no way I could rebuild, I had to rebrand. And if I don't rebrand, I'm gonna be looking to get rehired. I understand that. I understand that. As far as the Blunt Viger game go, well, let's go back to 1-0. Every week is 1-0. Every day is 1-0. All spring when I got there, we didn't have a game. We didn't have a game to go 1-0, so I tried to stress the importance of the weight room. I told the kids there's a reason the field house is en route to the stadium. You got to bypass that field house and win there before you can win at the stadium. So we were 1-0 every day since I first took the job. We was 1-0 in the weight room. We was 1-0 in the summer, and now we're going to be 1-0 every day of fall camp. And on August 26th, that's just another opportunity to go 1-0. The location of the game, obviously, we did not want it to come back to Blunt. When you come back to Blunt, we got to wear purple jerseys. And all spring, all fall, with the new white lids, we've been talking about whitening out the stadium. So we want to be able to play that first game on the road with all white unis, with the white lids, with our fans with the white shakers in the stands and the white T-shirts, so we can have the first official whiteout at Manatee Blunt High School.
When Mr. Woods going to tweet out those uniforms?
I hope he does not. I hope he allows our social media group and our team to kind of do a video reveal of the uniforms. But again, make sure we get this clear and get that in the paper. When the principal tweets out the helmet, you roll with it and you bring it to media day the next day.
So you want all the media to refer y'all as Maddie T. Blunt?
Maddie T. Blunt High School, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Guys, what did you think about the rebranding when Coach came in with that idea? What was your thoughts about it?
Be honest.
I was just ready to get another opportunity to play again, play my senior season, and hope all the guys buy in.
I like to piggyback off that. I love the rebrand. Great idea. I thought we needed something new, needed something fresh. So I was excited for the change.
What went through your mind when you saw the helmet on yesterday?
I'm ready for the 26.
Yeah, I was ready to put it on. I was ready to step it up right there.
Y'all must realize these kids went all summer without helmets. You know, and it's hard telling kids, hey, just be patient. You know, it's not just we're sending them off to get reconditioning. I mean, we're sending them off to get reconditioned, repainted, restriped, rebranded. So I got a lot of phone calls, a lot of questions. Kids looking at me every day, Coach, when the new helmet's coming, when the new helmet's coming. It was FedEx, it was Rydell Rep, every other day, hey, when are my helmets going to get here? These kids are fired up, excited to see them. If not, they go thought I was some used car salesman selling a dream. So I'm glad the helmets came in time, and I can't wait for the new units to come in as well.
Talk about Duke Williams coming back to Blunt, Maddie T. Blunt.
There you go.
You know, just talk about that and the impact that he made once he came back.
Well, again, you know, fresh start is what Chase mentioned. And sometimes in life, man, we all need a fresh start. And fresh start doesn't always mean leaving and staying gone. Fresh start can mean just having the thoughts of leaving and realizing how important home is to you. So obviously having Duke back in the building was a boost for the kids. He's a hard worker, man, just seeing that kid work. He works out extremely hard. He works out hard on the field. You can tell he's determined. He's motivated. He's excited. And I think he wants to be a part of the rebrand and showcase what the potential of Manatee Blunt High School.
You picked up another kid that you want to talk about him?
I mean, we had a couple of kids that came back home. You know, I'm probably not the guy to be talking about coming back home right now, but I'm glad the players decided to return back home and come play for their school and their community, no doubt.
What's your thoughts on the transfers and all that?
Well, I overheard Coach Cawley speaking behind the scene. They're getting photos. I stay out of it, man. You know, you guys, that if you know me personally, I'm not a big politics guy. I'm just a country boy from Theodore, so I don't really get into politics, but I do understand it. Having been at a school where my players have left my building when I was at my previous head coaching opportunity. I get it. It's frustrating as a head coach when you invest in your players, you help build them, mold them, you pour into them, and then they go to something that's a little bit more shinier or more successful on the field. But now I'm at a place where kids want to come, and I'm a school of choice. I get it. So I understand the frustration from the coaches that's in this area that are frustrated about it. I've been in their shoes, but I'm also in the shoes of some of the guys that are not necessarily recruiting. They're pumping the positives or showcasing their programs, and they're reaping the rewards because they have a successful program or have something that the kids want to come and join and be a part of. So I get it. I understand.
Tell us who you got with you, man.
Have Dwight Malone, senior nose guard, and Xavier Santiago, senior offensive lineman, guard, center, tackle, tight end, whatever we need him to be on that particular down. So, yes, sir.
All right, tell us, give us an update on the Hurricanes.
I tell you what, we're excited about football at Alma Bryant. Our kids have worked so hard. Finally have a senior class in the double digits, so that's very exciting. And our kids' speed numbers, their strength numbers, everything is on the upswing. We've been very fortunate. We work for a great administrator and Mr. David Sprinkle. He allowed us to bring in some new coaches this off season. We're super excited about those guys and the energy they've brought into the program. I've learned many things from them already in a short time, so it's just an exciting time to be a Cane. We can't wait to it's a long month. We're day 3 of practice already, but we can't wait for September 1 to be here to see these kids go out and perform because of the 3 years of hard work they've put in.
Is that the strength of the team, you think, just the experience, or what do you feel like?
If we had to identify one strength, it would have to be our front on both sides of the ball, as evidenced by one from each side of the ball sitting up here with me. Those guys, you look at our offensive line, we should start 4 seniors with a lot of playing experience. Our defensive line should be 2 seniors and a juniors, but all returning starters. Obviously we graduated Billy Gilmore last year along the offensive line, but we feel like we have a senior that played a lot, ready to step right in and fill that role. But you can really look all over the field. We'll have an experienced group in our secondary on defense. Our primary ball carriers all returned. The one spot we're probably inexperienced is at quarterback. We'll be young at quarterback. We graduated a senior in Christian Mose, but wide out, we actually got some people back from injury from a year ago that are going to be experienced and help us. So we really have some experience all over the field. Linebacker will be young, but they were kids that played as freshmen, which is unfortunate in 7A for last year's team, but very fortunate for this year's team. All those kids have been through the fire a little bit.
Tell us about your jacket of choice.
The infamous Toodle, he came out and blessed me with this thing of beauty, and obviously the Canes have the best looking logo he's put on a jacket. He told me that in our field house. Now, he won't say that publicly, but he told me that in our field house, and there was no other jacket selection for the day. I knew day one in my office when these guys actually helped him present me with this jacket. I knew then that it would be on display at Media Day. So we're fired up, and obviously pep rallies and school events, you're going to see me sporting this thing of beauty. So very proud to have it.
Do you have any other jackets?
No, I threw all the rest of them away. So, this is it.
Hard to find matching tie.
No. There's all kinds. Yeah, I think the pants are coming. That may be next year. If they keep me around another year, I may have the full set next year.
Who's going to compete at quarterback to replace Christian?
We have 2 sophomores, Brendan Bourne and Landon Adams, And we actually have a freshman, a kid named Braden Roberts, that's really, you don't really want to think about a freshman in 7A football, but sometimes the kid makes you think about him. And he's really jumped into the race and hadn't backed down at all. You know, we feel like we can win with all three of them. But we also are smart enough to know this. These guys up front are going to have to carry the load. Our tailbacks and fullbacks are going to have to carry the load early and let those guys get some experience under their belt. But man, our offensive staff's done a tremendous job of making it very quarterback friendly and then adding to it as they absorbed the schemes that we put in front of them.
You've been outspoken about it before, but how have you seen the transfer portal type mentality from college sports trickle down to high school, and have you personally dealt with that in what ways?
I mean, I'll kind of go backwards if that's okay. I mean, have we personally dealt with it? Absolutely. You know, when I first took the job, everybody that walked in my office told me about 3 or 4 names that were playing for someone else. And, you know, and I jokingly came up here the first media day as an Alma Bryant head coach and said, heck, we've been in the playoffs all over the state. We just hadn't been wearing the right helmet. So I certainly have personally dealt with it. You know, one of the things that I'm most proud of with this team is the fact that these guys from sophomores on, man, they've stuck with us. They've bought into what we're doing. They believe in our player development, which is fastly becoming a lost art in this business. Is you take a little skinny 9th grader and see him develop, and then you're so proud of him as a senior the way he comes out and performs. But it's a problem that has to be addressed, quite frankly, and I hope more and more people stand in front of this camera and have the courage to say that. You're going to step on some toes when you do say that, unfortunately. Well, you know, those toes probably need to be stepped on, you know, because I think of it from the perspective of it's gotten later and later and later. And I'm just thinking, you know, as a father, if my son has worked as long as some of these kids have worked, and then I brought in a guard, 4-star guard, and put Santiago on the bench, how could I ever face that kid? You know, and that to me is the part that people lose in this. You know, it's not that people want to force a kid to stay in a situation he doesn't want to be in. I mean, go play where you want to play. I tell our kids that all the time. I got football at a bunch of schools in Mobile. You don't have to play for us if you don't like it. But for those that bought in and did the right things, and then you snatched the rug out from under them 2-3 weeks before their senior season in some cases, I don't know about that. Okay, so I guess it'll probably in this generation, you know, I'd probably eliminate me from the Hall of Fame crew, but there's also a lot of them guys that'll have that invisible asterisk out beside their name, because that career record we all know is really based on someone else's player development.
Coach, entering your 3rd season at Bryant, how have you personally seen things change as far as from a community standpoint, from an excitement standpoint, the support of the administration across the board?
Man, firstly, our administration, there is none better. They are about Alma Bryant High School's kids. They're about the community. They're about growing this community in every way possible. And it does not matter if it's a nursing class, if it's the football team, if it's the band, if it's 9th grade English. Our administration is bought into making that program the best they possibly can, which makes it a great place to work for us because they are helping us in every way possible. They understand the demands of a 7A football program. You know, so it's really been good to see. Obviously, Mr. Sprinkle being from down there himself, me being down there myself, I think we've been able to partner up and rally the troops, so to speak, in the community to get some support in not just in football, but in all of our sports. And we're really excited to see where our athletic programs are going, because most of them are on the upwards trend.
How have you seen the program improve maybe from a year ago when we were previewing last season?
So Coach has got us a good program in the weight room. You know, we've been getting faster and stronger, like I said before. I've used all these years to like work as hard as I can in the weight room and, you know, push the whole team to work as hard as they can. Because in 7A football, you can't just be not strong and try to go and get in the playoffs, win a region. You know, you gotta have that strength and speed behind you.
Having an offensive line coach that won 7 national championships, how does that motivate you just to be a dog?
It pushes me to be like he was. He went back and showed us some of his film. I was like, this man a dog for real. And then he brings the energy at practice. So, you know, we got him, and then we got Coach Ross that's been coaching for a while now. So he really brings the energy to the O-line and practice overall.
Guys, what does it mean to y'all that y'all's staff and faculty and boosters, all the way down to the fans and y'all's classmates have bought in? You know, we've seen the upgrades around y'all's program. The field house was already nice, but you throw that new film room in there, throw all the new equipment in there. What has it meant for y'all's community to buy into Alma Bryant football?
It really means a lot, because like not every school has the privilege to have a nice facility like that, and you know, having a new facility, having everything around us that we need, it pushes us to work even harder, because you know, people care about us. So.
Yeah, it also like the stuff they do, Future Ready, and I bought in, and it means a lot.
Being from, you know, small communities like Grand Bay, Ballabantry, how important is it to have that community-based environment, you know, playing for your school compared to going across town? I'm talking both ways.
It feels better when you have family around and they all get to watch you grow up from park ball and to see you play and have teachers that you knew.
Having the community around you, it's like a big family. It's like a culture. Like everybody knows who Alma Bryant is down there, and they come to our games, they support and everything. So that's really, I like that part of playing Alma Bryant.
I'm gonna give you a little tidbit on Dwight here. We were talking on the way up here, and as we walked out of our facility, he said, "See, there's my dad right there." And he was on the 98 team, was a pretty good football team, if you remember. He said, "Coach, all my family played here." So you remember Ted Bill, who I remembered from the 98 team. Again, pretty good football player. So we finally hit that point, and this is our 25th year celebration at Alma Bryant this year. So we'll do some things around football and around the school, but we finally hit that point where it's now becoming generational. You know, so that pride in a lot of these kids, the uncle, the father, did play at Bryant, not Grand Bay and Alba, but at Alma Bryant. So that's kind of interesting to be in this era of football when we're transitioning to that generation.
Alma Bryant was known as the eye of the storm when you first opened. When is the eye coming back to the storm?
September 1st.
September
1st, be at Bryant. Yes, sir.
So I didn't even have to answer that one. Good job, guys.
Great answer. You were thinking about it, though. What were you going to say?
Well, I was just waiting to see if he wanted me to answer it or the players, but my answer would be September 1st as well. I end every practice every day, not out of arrogance, but I want our kids to be confident. I tell them we are the best team on our schedule. And if we practice like the best team on our schedule, we'll look backwards at the end of the season and find out that we were the best team on our schedule. And that's not something you can say lightly in our region. There's some tremendous football coaches, some great football programs, obviously some elite players, but we have those same things at Alma Bryant. We have a great coaching staff. We have great kids that have worked really, really hard. So we can be the best in Region 1 if these kids just prepare like that every day.
Coach, you got some 2025 players that's starting to pick offers. Talk a little bit about those kids as well.
You know, we do. We have Ian Crosswhite is an offensive lineman who's already picked up a couple of big offers. And then on the defensive side, Reggie Mosley, who also plays some tight end for us, has picked up some really nice offers. And man, those guys and these two guys will tell you they're very similar to these two. One thing that's kind of elevated them to the quicker offer is they have some measurables. You know, and we're honest with our kids about that. I mean, I'm sitting beside 2 college football players in their future. It's going to be a little bit later in the process because they're not 6'5", 6'6" guys. But when you put their film on, they play like 6'5", 6'6" guys. So those guys, man, we're very proud of that. And obviously that's only going to help their recruitment because the more recruiters that walk on a campus, the more chance you are to be seen. And our kids have really rallied around those guys, and I think they're excited for them as well.
I've seen a lot of kids from that area leave chasing those recruitment type deals. Now, you know, it seems like they don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I think if you look at the past 2 national signing days, I don't think there's anyone, certainly in Mobile, Baldwin County, who can boast the same percentage of their senior signing that we can. We've signed half of our seniors the past 2 years. Now that number's not a massive number because we've had single-digit graduating classes. But when you have Carl Jackson on your staff, your players will be recruited. You know, there's not a recruiter in the country that does not have his cell phone number. He does a great job. Man, I can't even keep up with it. I'm the head coach down there, but every weekend he's at some camp in the summer helping promote our kids. They'll tell you, man, he goes above and beyond helping them get there, getting them lined up in the right place to be exposed. So our kids on that end are well taken care of. We have a few more coaches helping with Carl, but obviously he's kind of our recruiting coordinator. And our recruiting coordinator is different than some of these guys now. That title at our place means we're trying to get our kids recruited by college. So that's what our recruiting coordinator does. A little different title at some of these cats' places.
Coach, you got Pierre Gould on the staff. He was the #1 player in the country when he played at a small school, Hazel.
Yeah.
You know, back in the day. So
you know, I'm glad you brought Pierre Gould's name up because I got a bone to pick with one Mr. Ben Thomas who put out a list of a top 10 Mr. Footballs, and all these young guys, you know, don't remember what these Mr. Footballs looked like back in the day, you know. But Pierre, I think he made the honorable mention on that list. I gave him a hard time. He didn't even make the top 10, but definitely a tremendous player, and as most people that know him know, also an All-American track athlete at Alabama. Works with our track kid and our football program. You know, we're blessed. When I tell you our administration made it a goal, let's go hire the best, that's what we did. You know, we've added Coach Gould, it's his 2nd year now. Coach Taylor, of course, who made a splash coming in with all the accolades from Alabama. But as Santiago brought up, Coach Ryan Ross, who was a junior college offensive coordinator for 10 years in Mississippi, a head coach for 15 years, retired and came across and joined our staff. There's our 2 offensive line coaches, a multiple national champion and a collegiate offensive coordinator. Coach Jackie Williamson that came in was the offensive coordinator the last 15 years in Mississippi, and now he is our running backs coach. So those guys, the development's just unbelievable in those guys. And I'm sure I'll forget someone if I tried to do the entire list, but you know, just hiring that staff, those group of men that have been in there before, has really been beneficial to these young men.
Pierre got a first place vote.
Was it you? Oh man, okay. I was trying. I'm gonna tell him it was me. I'm gonna tell him y'all gave me a vote, and I just voted for him.
Somebody got it around 4-2 in high school.
Well, when Pierre ran in high school, I don't know if they timed the 40 now. I mean, they didn't have clocks and lasers and all that stuff back then. But yes, that whole entire family, of course, coming out from up there was really, really a great group.
How far has the program come since you've been there, from day one you got there to whatever day?
You know, it seems like it's came miles, and I guess, you know, we work in a really interesting business where the vast majority of what people think of as success is measured by a scoreboard 10 nights a week. You know, the kind of unseen things, I think from year 1 to year 2, we made tremendous strides. You know, the number of our kids missing days of school, tardy to school, which is a simple thing, but if you ask most coaches that question, it's a problem in today's world. You know, our number of kids getting in trouble in class, our number of kids in summer school are all improving. So the things that we're hopefully trying to instill in these guys are taking hold. That is going to eventually turn into many more wins on Friday night. How soon that is, you know, that's not necessarily the end-all be-all. Even though our plan is to go out each and every Friday night and win the football game. And I think our seniors have set very lofty goals when it comes to wins and losses and you know, playoff aspirations and region championship aspirations. And we know it can be done. You know, you look no further than our region. You know, I mean, Foley completely flipped it last year and went from the bottom of the region all the way to winning the region. So that certainly is something that we can model and I think in year 3 have a shot at.
Coach, welcome. Tell us who you introduce your guys first.
All right, right here on my right, we got senior Justin Adams, quarterback. He's played a lot of snaps behind the center and had a really good summer. We're excited about him. And then to my left right here, I got Bryce Kaiser, senior offensive tackle. He's played a lot of games, be a 3-year starter, started a handful of games as a freshman as well. So we're excited about these two.
Kind of tell us, just give us an opening statement about the team and where you feel like you are.
Yeah, you know, I'm coming home back to Citronelle. You know, be my second stint there. Started there as an assistant coach and played there and enjoyed it so much. I did it like 5th grade. I did it twice, and but anyway, no, it's been good. The community's been great. Community buy-in. We're excited about putting our right foot forward and getting this program back headed in the right direction. There's a lot of work that's got to take place, and but these guys have bought into what we've asked them to do. They've worked really hard this summer, and you know, I think we've seen some of that come to fruition this summer. I think we've had some, you know, top 7 finish at South, and I know 7-on-7 is not real football. Nothing prepares you for 2 tight ends and a heavy backfield on Friday nights, but you know, top 4 finish over at Daphne Jubilee 7-on-7, and I feel like our big guys have really progressed. And again, we're nowhere near where we want to be, but we're heading in the right direction.
You talk about getting in the right direction. What do you think that takes?
I think it's an attitude shift. I think it's a belief thing, and these guys buying into each other and just being teammates on and off the field in the community and pulling for each other, you know, and only losing because we run out of time, not because we give up or quit. You know, that's what it's going to take to get us to where we want to go. And these guys have a chance to leave their mark on this football program this year. And when we're asking them to lead the way we ask them to lead and to do the right things on and off the field and to leave their legacy like they want to leave it.
Even though 7-on-7 might not be legit football, it does serve a purpose. And how do you feel like maybe the success you've had there will help with the transition into the season and give your guys some confidence?
I think exactly what you said. I think it's given our guys some confidence the way they competed against some really quality opponents. You know, these guys, they needed that push, that fire, and to believe that they do belong. And I told them they do belong. You can win here. It's just a matter of putting in the work and the effort it takes to win. You know, winning ain't going to give you nothing, but if you don't work, you're guaranteed to lose.
Citronelle's not necessarily an easy job, but you're a guy who has passion for the community and passion for the program. How do you think that kind of puts you a level ahead as maybe guys that have been there previously?
Well, you know, as I said, that was one of the questions I asked when I took the job. I was asked why I took the job. We had 19 starters coming back at Luverne High School and was really primed for a great year. And the opportunity to come home means more, you know, to work with guys that not only you get to coach, but you played with their dads, you went to school with their uncles, you know, and you know, that just means something when you get to pour into these guys that grew up just like you did. They know the same things that you know, and to have the opportunity to pour back into them, not only in football, but to make sure they're successful when they walk out of our doors, that they're good fathers and good husbands and leaders in their communities, and you know, that they're successful long after they leave us. That's what the driving factor in me coming home was.
For the players, do you feel like you have felt that presence, somebody who is passionate about the program, and you know what that's maybe provided for you guys, and knowing someone's investing in you and caring about the program?
Yes, ma'am. I could just feel it, how much he cares for us, and just pouring into the program. It just changed the energy around everybody, and everybody's disciplined. Like, we're just trying to get to where we want to be.
Justin, what is it that makes Centinel special for you? To put Centinel across that jersey, across your chest, what makes Centinel special?
Just playing with the people you grew up with, and it's always been a brotherhood. Love playing with those guys all your life, building great chemistry.
So we talked about Justin a little bit. We talked at the 7-on-7 about him, but tell us what his skills are and how he leads the offense.
Well, you know, I think he's from an aspect of just understanding the game of football. He has a high football IQ, and you know, just his competitive and his drive. And he's what you want in a quarterback. I would say he plays excited, but he's even keel. We tell our guys, hey, play with emotion, but don't be emotional. He's one of those guys that's able to do that, and to me, he's one of the most underrated players in our area. He can really spin it now, and you know, I know he's going to continue working and continue developing his game, and I can't praise Coach Peterson, our offense coordinator, enough, and how he's developed him, and just seeing how those two have grown together over the last 4.5, 5 months has been a pleasure to watch. So we're really excited about him and this senior year, and you know, I know he's going to put in the steps and the work necessary to get us where we need to go.
I had a chance to see y'all play up in Chatham, and you know, it was a little cornerback, you know, that y'all had on the field, and everybody was very excited about the little cornerback, freshman cornerback. You know, talk a little bit about him.
That's going to probably be Kervin Noyd. We call him CC, and I coached his daddy. His daddy was a great player. He played running back, DB, receiver. If we got in 2-minute situations and we're in prevent coverage, we put him at defensive end, and he was hard to block off the edge. And he's just one of those guys that's he works hard. I mean, he's committed to the weight room. He loves the game of football. He loves to get better, and he doesn't just come out to practice just to go through the motions every day. And you don't see that often from a freshman. He's got a chance, if he really works, to be a very, very special player.
Players, the media rarely comes to Centinel. How does that, you know, kind of make you guys feel? Does it put a chip on your shoulder or something like that?
Like, I just feel like, you know, we definitely got a chip on our shoulder because we went 1-9 last year, but you know, I just feel like we just got something to prove this year.
Like you said, we definitely got a chip on our shoulder. Don't really got much exposure down there, but we're gonna come back hard this season.
Justin, what has Coach it been like since Coach took over? What's kind of changed?
Oh man, constant work. Every day you come in, you're gonna work. Every day, you're gonna get better, and he's gonna love you like his own.
What's your biggest moment with Coach Frost so far? You know, just something that happened.
Probably going to the semifinals in the Jubilee 7-on-7 in Daphne. One of our best moments, I think.
Coach, the toughness of your region, I know, you know, it's one of those, the mentality of a lot of coaches, but knowing that the region top to bottom is one of the toughest in the state, talk about the excitement and the challenge that not only presents for yourself, but your players as well.
Right. You know, that's one thing that I had to teach myself is you can't look at the schedule. You know, you already know that it's a grind. From top to bottom, all the teams are solid in our region, and you know, you go through and you navigate through that region by getting better that day, not looking at the schedule. And we have to focus on ourselves right now, because right now we're competing against Centinel High School, and that's who we got to compete against each and every day, day in and day out, to try to get better, to try to be, you know, in shape to go through this rigorous schedule. And it is exciting because, you know, there's quality coaches in this region and guys that I respect and I look up to, and you know, they do a tremendous job. And so it's such an honor to compete against them on Friday night. And you know, I know some of y'all talked about, you know, the camaraderie of coaches, and that is something that's kind of, you know, that's kind of died. But I respect our coaches in our region, and you know, we got to get back to those days of where, you know, at the end of the night we shake hands, we try to help each other once those 48 minutes are over. And so,
Talk about that camaraderie, Coach.
well,
There's guys that said, you know, yesterday that, hey, we have people all over the area talking to our guys in handshake line. They're not shaking hands saying good game. They're shaking hands and saying, hey man, come play for us. How has this become an issue in your opinion? How have you faced that?
well, you know, to me, you got to build a program that your kids to love to be in. And heck, I remember early 90s and some Ronnie Massey coach teams that, you know, it meant something to put that crimson and gold on. I remember watching Blount and Citronelle in the quarterfinals in '91, and we had to park downtown and walk 3/4 of a mile to the stadium, and I had to stand on the outside of the stadium because there was nowhere to sit. I remember playing in '99 when Alma Bryant was undefeated and we're undefeated, and helicopters are flying over the stadium. But going back to your question with coaches, you know, it's got to be a fraternity. We got to take care of each other. You know, it's got to mean something to put your community's name on your chest. I mean, that's what high school sports was built upon. And seeing everything that's trickled down from the NFL level to the college level and now to the high school is kind of disappointing. You know, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth, but we still have good kids that want to represent their communities. They want to fly the flags in town. They want to put the posters in the yard, and that's what Friday night footballs are about. Man, you want to see the whole town shut down. And so you get back to that is man, you treat each other like it's a fraternity. Take care of each other. I know Brad Lowell and our county athletic director talks about that all the time. If we don't take care of each other as coaches, who is? You know, and that's one thing that we've got to get back to doing is taking care of each other.
Now to the Wildcats, first game of the season. Mary, one of the semifinalists. You know, last season, you know, y'all went up there and a lot of people was like, man, Mary is that good? Mary is that good? But, you know, just talk about that little rivalry that y'all trying to start up.
Well, I know that that goes back a long time. I know they've played several years back when you had bowl games in high school, and you had the Oil Bowl up in Citronelle. Milry played several times in that, and so it is a good little rivalry. It's about 35, 40 minutes apart, and straight up, you know, 45-17. So it's a straight shot, and Coach Hendry and those guys have done a great job. They've had a lot of talented kids up there over the last couple of years, and had a good run. I think this is the best run in school history for them. So, you know, we're excited about opening up with them and kicking off a little rivalry right there. But, you know, again, we're competing against Citronelle High School. We've got to change our mindsets. We've got to change how we approach the game. We got to change how we approach practice every day and do the things that we need to do to be successful.
Coach, what do you think might be the strength of the team, if you can tell yet, and what concerns do you want to have answered in the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I think you know, our strength is probably going to be our offensive and defensive lines. Those guys have really put in a lot of work. We've got you know, 3 to 4 seniors going to start on the offensive line. Guys have played a lot of reps together. Defensive line, those guys have played a lot of reps together too, but, you know, a lot of them are going to be underclassmen. You know, we got some running backs. You know, it's right now we're running back by committee. Waiting to see one of those guys step up to really fill that role at running back. And, you know, we got some really good guys that's able to fill in as H-back tight end role for us. And some of those guys haven't quite taken that bull by the horns yet. So we need some of those are two of the spots that I'd like to see, you know, cleaned up and see some guys step up and take a leadership role in those positions for sure.
I saw a couple kids playing both ways. I know some other teams in 5A Region 1 plays both ways. What have you done in your conditioning program to get those kids ready to play both ways?
Well, you know, we spend for the majority of June and pretty much all of July, we spend probably close to 45, 50 minutes a day on only conditioning and speed and agility, and those guys can attest to that. And Coach Peterson's overseeing our speed and agility and conditioning program, and I think he's done a fantastic job. And we've really seen some guys increase their numbers from February until now. And now becomes, over the next 3 weeks, becomes a part of, hey, now we're trying to get into game shape, and we're trying to make every rep like a game rep and make things go fast and call out special teams in the middle of scrimmage as we get into practice and make everything as live as we can. And, we got to be smart. We got to get guys on the field when it's crunch time. And there's going to be some times where some guys are going to have to play both ways for us to compete in this tough region. And I think our guys are up to the challenge.
Justin, being a quarterback with third-year starter,
Four-year starter.
Four-year starter. What would be the ideal senior season? You stayed in Central Nell when things were tough. I know some people probably try to get you to leave, but just talk about that, being a Central Nell Wildcat from when you was little all the way up until now.
There's nothing like it. I mean, the community's small, but there's so much love in the community. Can't really leave a community like that for real. I mean, growing up, playing with everybody your whole life that goes there. I mean, we have a few people that transfer from Citronelle to, Sarah Land, MGM, but still, a lot of love there. Can't really leave it.
To hear your quarterback say that, what does that mean to you as a coach when this day and age, you just never know what's going to happen next?
Well, again, it means a lot to hear that, because that's how I feel as a coach, and that's how I felt as a player. When growing up, you went to the games on Friday night, and as a young kid, you dreamed of putting on that crimson and gold. You dreamed of playing in War Memorial Stadium, and Citronelle's very successful from the early '80s to the early 2000s. Won, I think, is over 160 games, and the talent's there. We just got to keep our kids at home. You see our hashtag Lock the Gates, because we believe that we have some of the best facilities. We have some of the best opportunities in our CCAT program that you ain't got to get on a bus to go get any kind of career tech classes. I mean, some of the opportunities that you have there are second to none. And so, to hear these guys embrace what we believe in and embrace each other, not the most talented teams don't win every Friday night. Friday nights are guys that are bought into the program, and they're playing for something that's bigger than themselves. I told these guys, and they can probably echo it, you ain't going to win until you learn to celebrate other successes. And so when we celebrate others, that's when we're going to see things happening for ourselves.
Coach, you won at Laverne, you won at Chickasaw. Is this like a dream job, coming back home, trying to get Central Nell back on the map?
Well, I had a guy that I coached back in 2004. He said, and I don't really remember saying it, he said, Coach, we were talking about you the other day, and said, I remember 20 years ago you said you're going to be the head coach here. And we kind of just laughed. And, it is a dream job to come home. My family's from Mobile County. My wife's family's from Mobile County. So to be there, amongst family, and to just have the opportunity, again, to invest in a place that changed my life. And again, I keep bringing up Ronnie Massey, but to play for him was to know him, and to know him was to love him. And just a guy like that the legacy he left with so many young men, it's hard not to want to give back.
Since they had one of the largest offensive lines last year, talk a little bit about, I know you probably came in and said, I got to whip these guys in shape. Just talk about that offensive line.
Well, I think, they got a chance to be really, really good up front. And one of the things I seen, they were large, but to be honest with you, we were sloppy. And some of those guys, I know one of our bigger, our left guard that's played a lot, Zach Gaston, he's cut 30 pounds this summer. And some of those guys, BK's, he's probably trimmed down. What are you, about 290? 290 right now. He's what, 305? Probably when we got there, he's cut about 15 pounds. And so we're excited about those guys and up front. And, trying to get them in shape. They're going to be an integral part of how successful we are, and it ain't no secret. If you can't win up front, especially in 5A Region 1, it's going to be some tough Friday nights.
Tell us who you brought with you.
Derek Butler, running back, and Sean Martin, offensive lineman.
And just other than your current condition, how's Davidson football?
It's got to be good. I mean, we got a Tootle Boy sports jacket, so that means you're doing something right. If he's coming to your practices, you're improved. But I would say that this is the best summer that we've had, and as far as confidence goes, this is as confident as we've ever been that we're close to turning a corner. You got to have good things go right early, but as far as attendance and the things we're able to do now just from a football IQ, DJ was out there playing when he was a freshman. Probably he'll tell you I shouldn't have been out there at all, but was our feature back as a 10th grader, and now he's a senior, and we've got offensive linemen that were in that same shoes, that they were freshmen starting 7A varsity football, and that is not a good place to be in. And now this will be their 4th year starting, so we got almost everybody back on our offense and half of our defense back, and we feel pretty good.
How much does it help to have a home field?
Oh, it's amazing. You don't really. We don't know what it's going to do because we haven't been in it other than just for practice. And I can tell you, for practice, it makes a world of difference to not have to walk half a mile to a field and only get to use 50 yards. And last year was a rough year. Like, there was it was tough. Not a goal post to kick through for our kicker, and we had a good one. And so just that, it seems like we have the entire world to practice on. We can't even fill up the space. We've got 120 kids out there, and we can't fill it up. And it's amazing. And I can't say enough about how beautiful it is. If any of you have been to it, I would put our complex up against anybody in Mobile counties. And that's city school system or anything. You come to our complex and it looks as good as anybody's.
And not just practice, but you guys have played at Baker and everywhere else.
Yeah, and look, Coach Norman, Coach Curtis, the AD, and Mr. Peru, they were as good to us as you possibly, and we are forever grateful for that because it allowed us to have a place to make money. But there's no place like home, and not ever having to do that again. And shoot, now we're in a situation where we can do that for other people whenever they're in hard times. We've done it with our gym before, so not only helping us, but we feel like we're in a spot where middle schools want to play there. We can have track meets. We can do things that we've never even dreamed that we would be able to do.
Yeah, so let's talk about how the summer's been going for you guys. Had the chance to talk with you during organized team activities, and you seem to be pretty upbeat. How have things improved since then?
They're kind of on the same track. We finished it off. We had a thing with a few teams, and there that last Thursday before All-Star Week, and then you come back and you have a week. And then we had the PD downtown for a couple days, so we've been out of practice. But the thing I'm the most impressed with is when we take a week off and we come back, we don't miss a beat. It's not like we're starting over at ground zero like it has been in the past where everybody forgot everything. Today was our first practice in 6-7 days, and it may have been our most crisp offensive practice that we've had all summer. So whenever you're doing that, and when the defensive, I didn't think we looked very good today, but our defensive coach was like, man, y'all were clicking today. But I don't know, I forgot all the good stuff, I guess, while I was out there. But I went back and watched the film, and we had a good day. And that's a testament to the kids and the leadership and the coaches. And it's just been really good, really good.
How reliant are you going to be on this guy for your offense?
He's a very important part of what we do. Now, I would say This year we have a lot more threats than we've ever had. We've got a couple receivers, Anthony Rabb and Landon Robinson, and they can take the top off. They can flat run. And you know, Rabb, he's a 6'2.5", 200-pound receiver that can go. And Terrence Gray in the slot is another kid that, I mean, he's going to be he's one of the fastest kids we got. I mean, he's close to this guy. Is he any close to you?
Yeah, he's close, yeah.
And, you know, a compliment to him in the backfield, E.J. Harrison played a lot last year as a 10th grader. And, I mean, he's a 6'1", 210-pound back and plays some at quarterback. And we've got, like I said, everybody on the offensive line back. We got 7 guys up there that we are confident can go at any point in time. So, offensively, you know, DJ he's the best running back I've ever coached. I've said that a bunch of times. He is good. Really good. The things he can do out of the backfield as a receiver, shoot, he can line up and play quarterback. He can do a lot of things, but I think he's going to be better this year because it appears he's going to have, you know, a little more help and we'll be a little more balanced.
Coach, I first had a chance to see DJ call his first game that he really broke out as a sophomore, and it's always the Butler did it. It's just a matter of how he's going to do it moving forward. Any more versatility brought to his game this season? You mentioned him having some help as well, and the improvements that you've seen from him from his sophomore year and getting the majority of those coaches until now.
Well, you know, when DJ was younger, he's got the same disease all young running backs have where, you know, they just run out into that open space. They don't hug obstruction, you know, they don't get on the inside hip on pulls and things like that. But DJ's best quality that he has is his coachability. Whenever you say something, he listens and then he tries to do it. And, you know, that trust to us, you know, means the world to us. When a kid will actually listen to you and then go do it and then come to you and say, Coach, that works. Like when he was a sophomore, I taught him a little dip move to do on the edge, and he's like, Coach, that works just about every time. And I'm like, well,
let's talk more about the offensive line. You say it's a veteran group. You got everybody coming back. You know, how does it feel having a veteran offensive line for DJ to run behind?
Well, I mean, I'm sure he likes it. And Sean here, I mean, y'all can see he's a massive human being. And, you know, last year he didn't come to us until like right at the start of the season. So he was kind of playing catch up most of the year. But now this year he kind of directs people and tells them where to go. And when they mess up, he can say it's just like this and get them right, you know. And I think he's a little more comfortable than he was this time last year because, you know, he'd come down from Ardmore up there around Huntsville area, right by the Tennessee line. And I think demographically, Davidson is probably a lot different than what he was used to. And when I met with his parents, you know, I told him it's going to be different for him, but it's going to be probably the best thing that ever happened to him as far as meeting new people and seeing a new way of living and how things do. But, you know, that's another one that comes in and never says a word, just trusts us and does it. You know, on that, you know, DJ is, you know, the trust that he's put into us when we have had hard times, we have had adversity, and in this day and age where people will just bolt and go, he's had his chance. He has people knock on his door every day trying to get him to go somewhere else. He had coaches after games shaking hands trying to recruit him on the field after the game. I won't even say those schools. They know who they are. But he comes back to us every day with trust and loyalty, and I think it's worked out pretty good for him. And, you know, I get everybody's got to do what they got to do. Everybody's got to take care of themselves, but there's still a lot to be said for sticking to it, putting your nose down, doing the work, and waiting for those good things to come to you.
So, Mr. DJ, why Coastal Carolina?
I really love Coastal. You know, like everything out there, you know, it feels family oriented. Especially, I have a like really close connection with Coach Xavier Dye, and the head coach, Coach Tim Beck. Like they just make everything feel like home for me.
Coach, a question for you. I know Coach Mask and Coach Curtis talked about there being a dark area in regards to coaches getting along with one another. Are you seeing the demise in that as well from coaches fellowshipping with one another and the growth and the sharing of knowledge with the other head coaches because of the competitiveness of the transfers?
I don't know. I think everybody's just trying to figure their way through this new age. I'm pretty much friends with anybody. You know, I'm not going to, the way one person does it, I don't think it's my place to say the way you're doing it is wrong or for me to judge that. I try not to judge what other people would do with their life. But there may be a little bit of a disconnect. When I got into this a long time ago, being real young and volunteering for Roger Dearman at Davidson and then starting out at Murphy right after Coach Curtis left, I've seen, and working for Coach Lee, who is absolutely one of the best humans you'll ever meet, I've seen a lot of different ways to do this job, and I've done it a lot of different ways, and I've made a ton of mistakes. But I don't know, I try to, if young coaches, sometimes they don't want to, nobody's asking me, we haven't won lately, so nobody's asking me anything about anything. But, maybe jokes or diet advice right now, but other than that, I think the young kids and the young coaches now can go online and get information like they never could before. And I think if there's one disconnect with that, I think sometimes sitting down with a guy who's already done all of that and talking and getting it out of the horse's mouth may be better, but sometimes they don't want people to know what they're doing, because there are coaches that even in February are meeting until 7:30 and 8 o'clock at night and watching film and doing all that. I mean, I would suggest to them to go home and hug their kids, but whatever, to each their own.
Well, let's talk about the defense. How's that been coming along?
It's good. We've made a lot of changes over there. One thing we did in the offseason last year, defensively especially, we had a big-time speed deficit where we would be there to make plays, but the other team's getting their best player of the ball in space too, and our kids just didn't have a chance. And it was plain. So we went out and we bought lasers and changed our speed program, changed our workout program. We're not going to sit there and just take it. So, and it has worked. Like, we're much faster than we were. And whenever you time a kid and call out their time really loud and post it, they start running faster. They just do. Like, competition breeds success, and they got faster. They bought into it. We lifted less than ever, and all of our maxes increased, which was crazy. So maybe we were working them too hard. So we've always been 4 days in, and we went to 3 days in, and 2 days with speed. And the speed stuff we did, we that Feed the Cats program, where you don't run them to get tired, you run to get fast. So we made a good point that you don't sprint unless you're rested and ready to sprint, because that's the only way you're going to run fast. So it seems to have worked. The kids have really bought into what we're doing. We're fast on the defensive line. We're not as big. We got a couple big kids, but we're fast up there and playing technique. And we got a really good group of linebackers. A lot of them have played a lot of football, and our safeties are back. And we got 2 corners that have been out there. So one of them, Kenteris Wheeler, we feel like can cover anybody. So we're confident about what we got.
You said DJ's the best running back you've ever coached. What have you seen over the years, the progression from him, and what's his ceiling, if there is one?
Well, I think once he gets somewhere where there is a steady routine and diet, and when kids come back, they never look like they did when they left. So once he gets that, I figure he's going to play at about 205 at wherever he goes, and he's already just naturally strong. So when he, you'll watch a run and it doesn't look like much, and then we have a really good social media guy, and he takes a lot of ground action, and whenever you see it, you're like, man, I did not see that little shoulder dip there that completely made that guy miss. We're in helmets, so we're playing two-hand touch. We're playing 11-on-11 two-hand touch this summer, and they don't touch him. Like, he'll score touchdowns in two-hand touch in 11-on-11, which is hard to do. And it's just one of those things that drives our defensive coordinator crazy. He's like, why didn't y'all blow the whistle? Like, you didn't touch him. Like, you missed him by that far. So, I don't know. It's just the subtle things, and it's stuff you can't really coach a whole lot. Like, he is very coachable, but there's also some things that are just instinct. When a running back can come tell you why he did something, sometimes that's bad. Whenever they do it, and then you show it to them, say, I had no idea I did that. That's sometimes better.
Returning starters and defensive players, how many do you have on both sides of the ball?
On offense, we have 8. On defense, we have 6.
We talked about the new stadium, of course, players and coach. That first game out, what are you expecting from your fans, your fellow classmates? your staff over at Davidson, what are you expecting the community to do?
We hope they go wild. Like we want to create the most fun environment possible so that people who may not be a Davidson fan but just want something fun to do come to it. So, we're working with our social media guy, our cheerleading sponsors, our Wild Warrior sponsors. We're all getting down, working on a script. You got to pick that third quarter song, all that stuff, and that a lot of the kids, they want songs that's mumble rap. You can't really. It's not really a third quarter song. We need a sing along. Something that everybody can sing. So picking that kind of stuff is, it's fun to do that because I've never gotten to do it before. And our faculty is excited about it. Tomorrow when we get done with practice, the coaches are going to cook for the faculty, so they're going to come down in the middle of the teacher work day, and we're going to feed them down there stuff. We've never been able to do that before. And I'm going to cut grass. The other coaches are going to cook.
DJ, Coach talked about other high schools. I assume, talk to you, what made you stay at Davidson?
The fact that when I was a freshman, everything was crazy, the COVID year and everything. But through all that, I believed in the team, and then Coach Colley gave me a chance, as a freshman, and I really can't pass that up. He believed in me, he was one of the first to actually believe in me, and I play my heart out for him, every game.
Coach, Davidson has one of the top ACT scores in the state. How does that help you as a football coach relay information to your kids?
This is the smartest crew that I've ever had. I don't know what our quarterback's ACT score is. I'm sure it's way higher than anything. It probably at double mine when I was in school. But Hudson Spivey he's in our IB program, and he is smart and gets the ball out fast and understands who is good and how to get them the ball out there, get them the ball as quickly as possible. From that standpoint, it's amazing. Trey Clark, our safety, is one of the best students in the school, just a tremendous kid. I don't know what our average ACT score is on the football team, but we do not have a whole lot of grade issues. And whenever people ask me about Davidson, I say, it's the best kid you'll ever want to meet in your life. I could leave $200 on my desk and walk away and leave that door open, and when I get back 4 or 5 hours later, that $200 is going to be sitting there. It's the first place I ever worked where they turn in AirPods and phones when it's on the ground. Usually that used to walk in a second, but now they bring it to you. The kids, when we have other kids move in from somewhere else, and Sean can attest to this, there is no, you got to earn your way here at Davidson. They welcome everybody in there. They're raised well. The parents are awesome, and it shows. Our GPA and test scores, it's widely known what a good school Davidson is. It is, there are great kids there, and academically, we don't bow down to no one in the state.
Sean, what's it like to block for that guy?
Oh, it's great. Makes my job a lot easier, especially up front.
Sean, what's the difference coming from North Alabama down to South Alabama football? What's been the biggest difference?
The competition, for sure. There's a lot more stronger, faster guys down here who actually play football versus up north versus, they don't do much other than they're small. They're strong, but they don't really have the competition mindset the players do down here.
Coach Colley, we was at the Baldwin County Media Day. Every 7A school over there said, you better watch out for Davidson. So talk about from the COVID year up until now, your numbers went up. Just talk about the progression of the program.
Yeah.
From then to now.
We, during that time, and everybody went through it. We were in a big time transition at Davidson, and new coach, a lot of stuff, and I think the first freshman class had 12 kids in it, and the next freshman class had 14 kids in it. And when you posting senior banners and you've got 11 kids and 14 kids, you're not going to win 7A football games like that. You're not. Well, we took pictures Monday and we got 24 now. So, and most of DJ's class didn't play all the 4 years. They would go away and then we'd find them and bring them back. And, I would say maybe half of that have been there for all 4 years. So Whereas that's still double the amount of kids who played for 4 years of football that graduated last year. I think it was six seniors that played all 4 years of football. So we've been through some transition, but I was talking to DJ about hard times and adversity and stuff today, and I just read a book where a guy deals with when something bad happens, he just says, good, it's going to make me tougher. Good, it's going to make me stronger. Good, it's going to make it sweeter when we get all this figured out. So we talked about that today, and just, it is good. It's good we went through that. It's good I went through that. It's good these kids went through it, because, they're going to look back on this one day and they're going to say, you know what? I'm a man because I sat there and I took it and I just kept moving forward. And that's all you do. Keep moving forward.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Coach.
Good afternoon.
Tell us who you brought with you.
I have Deshaun Foreman, number 55. He'll be a senior for us. He's going to play both ways, O-line and D-line. And Miguel Flemings, senior, number 11, athlete.
Well, tell us a little bit about where you think the program is right now.
As I tell the kids, today is, I think, August 3rd. So I feel like we're exactly where we're supposed to be on August 3rd. We don't have to be August 25th prepared today, as long as we don't fall behind schedule. And I feel like we're exactly where we should be August 3rd. The numbers are up. We're stronger, have a better understanding of our system on both sides of the ball. So we're excited about where LaFleur football is headed.
Have you seen an increased excitement with the stadium, and everything that's going on around the program in your second year, right?
Yes, yes.
With the stadium and all the excitement going on.
Yes, we had a chance to play our spring game in the stadium, and if that was an indicator of what to expect on a Friday night in the fall, it's going to be exciting. We were blessed enough to have a spring game against Blount, and they travel well. Our fan base showed up. The community is excited. We've had people stop by every day. If you spend any time in Mobile, you know how big LaFleur alumni can get when it's time to participate and rep their school. They love it. They take pride in it, and the whole Tomerville community gets behind that Rattler Nation.
In terms of a home field advantage going into this fall, I mean, it's obvious this is going to be such a big difference for you guys. Have
Right.
a place to call home, to walk out to the field.
Yes.
How do you see it being a huge advantage for you guys playing home games?
Well, not just the games alone. It's been a tremendous help for us because last year we played 10 road games in what I would say is arguably the toughest region in the state of Alabama, especially 5A football. And we didn't have a place to practice. So, just having a field where you can teach actual football and concepts and things of that nature, man, we're extremely thankful to Mr. Threadgill and Mobile County for providing us with the stadium. I think it's going to improve preparation, and it's going to be rocking for people to have to come to the Snake Pit on Friday nights.
Is that the official name, or is that your name?
Well, that's kind of our in-house name. I don't want to get in trouble with the LaFleur alums, but yes. So Coach Selwood, he had the Rattlers Den where they had a lot of success for basketball. So we just decided one day in the weight room that we're going to protect the Snake Pit, and we want to make it as difficult as possible for you to have to come there and get a win.
Coach, moving from being a defensive coordinator chair to the head coach chair, talk to me about the difference of moving over.
I think last year definitely was a learning curve because, man, I really was I'm in love with the process of preparing as a coordinator and just trying to figure out how to stop what your offense did. And so last year was definitely a learning experience, understanding how to oversee the whole of a program and take that same passion that I had for preparing my defenses to allowing it to translate to getting the whole team prepared for a game. But it's definitely different. I'm not used to switching over on the headset and seeing where the offense is running, because my job was to stop people. But I have a great defense coordinator and Coach T.J. McCord. I think one of the best in the city, and I felt extremely blessed to be able to hand the reins of our defense over to him.
Yeah, a lot of things regarding last year, the fact that y'all didn't have a bona fide home game and the fact that you had a rough season, to say the least. What lessons were learned from the 2022 season?
I think, man, that probably, I could probably go on to win 50 championships, and that year will always stick out to me because the team taught me so much as a coach. I mean, we finished our season against Faith Academy, which I would say was probably the most physical team that I saw play last year. And we dressed 25 guys that night. And when I looked them in the eyes before that game, it was the same look I saw before we opened the season. So, I mean, I am 1,000% sure that you may have more than us when we pull up. Your guys may be bigger than us, but I know that I'm getting off the bus with some real go-getters. And we're looking forward to the opportunity to show people that you should get better from year one to year two. And we shouldn't look like the same LaFleur from last year. And that's not our plan. I don't think we will. So I'm excited about that.
All right, how are your numbers this year? Have they gone up, especially since the building of the stadium?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure if it was the stadium that got the numbers up, but we put a strong emphasis on 3 things this offseason. We wanted to build culture, swagger, and toughness. And I think we attacked all 3 of those phases of our program. And I think just being consistent allowed us to help get the numbers up and not dropping that bar of excellence because it was 25 kids. We coached them like we had 50 on the way to the state championship. So I think kids around the building seeing that consistency on a daily basis, knowing that we weren't going to step down from our standard of excellence because we weren't having the success we sought. I think it built trust amongst the hallways, and we're up to about a consistent close to 50 guys on a daily now.
Coach, winning the middle school battle.
Yes.
When you talk about battles, I know you got a lot of kids from your feeder program.
Yes.
And I can promise everybody that's here, it's probably the most that LaFleur's ever had, at least in the last 20 years.
Yes.
How important was it to get those middle school kids in your feeder pattern at LaFleur?
Yes, sir. Man, that's definitely spot on. I know I'm a very strategic leader, and my players can tell you I really try not to do anything accidentally. So we had a strategic plan to make sure that we put a fence around the kids that belong to LaFleur. And whatever was necessary to make sure they knew that we want you to be a Rattler, we want you to take pride in being a Rattler. There's some great opportunities at LaFleur that await you. And we were blessed to almost get 100% of the 8th graders that are incoming that belong to LaFleur. So we're excited. Some of them are going to be immediate impact players. So bringing them home was big for the football team and the community. And I think a few of them will be making plays in the snake pit for the next 4 years.
Along those lines, have you faced challenges when it comes to keeping guys who are your guys, there's schools all around that are having maybe more success than LaFleur and they want to pick up your top guys. I mean, how have you faced that if you have, and how are you trying to combat that?
Again, I don't think it's just a LaFleur challenge. I think, we all read the amazing articles that Ben Thomas drops on a daily.
That's the only person no one else writing articles but Ben.
But yes.
I'll give you that money on the way.
So I think, we all see that there is, an uptick in movement amongst high school players in the city. So as a coach, it's always important to try to make sure that you're able to keep your guys. And I don't think it's just a challenge for LaFleur. I think it's a challenge for all schools. But us specifically, the obvious challenge is, we didn't win a lot. We didn't win last year. So for us, we have to make sure that everything we can control represents our vision for our program. And normally if a parent comes around one of our practices, if a kid spends any time around us, it's evident that we're headed somewhere. And not to use Coach Prime's "we coming" around our field house, we have a mantra that we en route. And I think you spend any time with us, you'll know LaFleur's en route. It's just a matter of the day that you're on the other side, if that's the day we're gonna arrive there. But we're definitely headed there.
Coach Jackson, you talked about, the great alumni base and fan base you have at LaFleur, and this question is more for your players. What does it mean to all three of y'all to be a LaFleur Rattler? What is that culture like?
Well, that kind of ran in my family. Pretty much everybody in my family went. It's always good how college plays home no matter how the season went. You know what I'm saying? To always have somebody behind your back. I love my LaFleur alumni. They still beside us no matter what since my freshman year. So it's always good to know that somebody's on your team.
Well, we have pretty much the same thing that Miguel said, and more likely they came to me my 8th grade year, and they said if I come to the floor, they'll make me feel like family. So that was my first decision. So
Both of you guys been in the program for all 4 years. Talk about what you've seen recently, with kids transferring. How important was it for you to stay put and go through the whole Rattler experience compared to trying to go somewhere else?
Well, pretty much, it's not really about, it's pretty much about proving to yourself first. You know what I'm saying? We didn't really live up to our expectations since our 9th grade year, so, and half of that was not really blaming the coach, but I went through 3 head coaches, three different schemes, 3 different, coaching staffs, different personalities. So, to have Coach Jack for a 2nd year and to really get to understand everybody and, build a real bond, I think we'll be able to make a lot of noise this year.
Yep, the same thing he said again, but the reason that I had stayed was because I had seen everybody transferring, so that made me want to prove like other schools wrong and tell them that for my last year, LaFleur will be in the playoff this year.
How have you seen to your point that you just made, how have you seen other players respond positively to having a 2nd-year head coach, something that you haven't experienced?
It wasn't really tough, because, you always want to try to grind it out no matter who the coach is. You know what I'm saying? We always been working hard, but, when Coach Jack came, he kind of upped it a little bit, set the tone a little higher for us, had way higher expectations for us, because, the resume speaks for itself for the entire coaching staff, you know what I'm saying? A lot of state championships under their belt, so kind of had to live up to the expectation, kind of take it up a notch. It wasn't really hard, just keep going, no matter what.
Coach Jack, you just referred to the state championship. Coaches, you got Kenner Houston, Jermichael Winston, Coach McCord. Yeah. How important is it having those coaches to instill the championship mentality? And that's different from
Right.
How important is it?
Man, I'm extremely blessed. I would veer to say that probably as a staff, we may have more trips to a state championship combined than most staffs in the city and some in the state. So I always try to explain to parents, players, even in coaching meetings, that if you play 15 weeks of football, you learn something on that journey that others could not, because they weren't still playing when there was only 2 teams left. And so what we try to do is remove the record from our minds, from our table, from our thought process, and try to always bring championship habits to LaFleur. So every day we try to move, operate, think, practice like those championship runs that we all made. And the great thing about having those guys around me is that, if there's a day where I'm having a challenging day, I'm surrounded by people who know what it's supposed to look like. So they'll pick up the slack if it's a day where I need them more than I did yesterday. So it's amazing to have a staff with championship experience.
What's the strength of this team, young B?
I think the strength of this team would probably be, surprisingly, athleticism. It's been a long time since I've felt like you could say that about a LaFleur team, but I think across the board, our D-line will be athletic. Our O-line is very athletic. And at skill positions, we were able to build some depth this summer. So I think the strength of this team will probably be athleticism. And based on what I've seen, I would expect a few more explosive plays than have happened in the past at LaFleur.
Coach, in the spring game, no penalties on the offensive side of the ball. How important was that for your staff, you know, and the kids to see?
Yes, sir.
You know, that you need to play a perfect game.
Yes, sir.
You know.
Well, my players, they can attest to this. It's something I talk about all the time. When things go bad at LaFleur, the first person I evaluate is myself. So when you have a season where the team is penalty-ridden, make a lot of mistakes, the first person you have to check is yourself. So I took it as a personal challenge to put discipline at the forefront of what we're trying to build for this second year. So we want to reduce penalties, we want to reduce turnovers, do all of the things that, again, like you said, championship teams do to keep themselves in ball games. Sometimes they may not be the most talented, but they're not going to beat themselves. And that's what we're trying to build at LaFleur, just a program built on discipline, understanding the game, and doing things the right way.
Chickasaw coming in, first game of the season. Y'all developed some type of little rivalry. You know, I call it the Battle of Wilson Avenue, Battle of Craft Highway, whatever you want to call it. You know, just talk about that first game and getting that electric environment.
Man, I'm excited about the first game, August 25th, first game at home. I wouldn't necessarily say we have a rivalry with Chickasaw. Right now, I got a rivalry with myself, with LaFleur. I got to get my first win as a head coach. So Chickasaw just happened to be the opponent that's standing in the other corner of the ring. It could have been anybody, and they would have been on the clock for August 25th. So we're excited, man. It's going to be packed. It's going to be a new LaFleur. We're going to look good because if we get out the bus together, we're going to look good, and I'm expecting us to play good. So August 25th, hope that Snake Pit is packed, and it should be an exciting brand of football.
All
right, guys, appreciate it. We look forward to taking a trip to the Snake Pit.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Introduce your guys for us.
All right, to my right, got quarterback Jared Hollins, running back Troy Flowers. To my left, I've got John Robinson, linebacker, and D lineman Anthony Casino.
Okay. Well, kind of give us, how do you feel going into the year?
Yeah, excited. We've got a really good group. We've had a really good off season. You know, this is going into year 2 of our program, and we had a little bit of success last year, especially at the end, and so we're just trying to build off that momentum. Feel like our guys have worked extremely hard, you know, starting in January, kind of started building a plan for, you know, how can we make a push through the playoffs, how can we get ourselves in a position to where we can compete with the top tier teams in the state, the Auburns, the Phoenix Cities, the Hoovers, the Thompsons. And so that's been kind of the mindset, is what do we got to do to go make that happen. These guys have committed to our vision of what we think sets us up to do that, and you know, excited about the work they put in, and you know, we still got a lot of work to do, but feel like we're in a pretty good place.
Talk about Jared Hollins and you two being the quarterback with you. How does that help you as a head coach, you know, complete your vision?
Yeah, well, obviously we've got a lot of really good players. Jared is a very special talent on the field, but the thing that I would say is he's an even better person off the field. The things that nobody sees. And we just held a kids camp the other day. We had about 90 kids at a kids camp the other day. And the thing that stuck out to me watching him was just seeing him fill up water coolers, take out trash. He spent most of the night babysitting my 5-year-old, and just, again, the way people are around him, he makes people better around him, and that's on the field. And the guys, I think, would say that too, man. The type of leader he is, he comes in, he does his job every day, helps motivate the people around him to be the best version of themselves.
What was the key to turning it around last year?
I think perseverance is probably the biggest part. We started 0-4. We knew we were doing a lot of good things. We lost really close games, heartbreaking games in those first few games. But the guys, they never really stopped believing in what we were doing. We stuck to our processes. Our community was really, really important. I think it's easy sometimes when you don't have success fast. It can be easy for people to kind of jump off the bandwagon or whatever you want to say and get negative, but our people were not negative. They were extremely positive. And I think that resonated through our kids. And, we just kept pushing and kept playing and found a way to win some close games down the stretch. Beat Baker in a game where we were down, at different points in the game. Beat Daphne in a close game, 14-9. And so, I think our kids started to realize if we'll stick to our processes, stick to who we are, keep playing, that we can find ways to win those close games.
So now you're kind of on the other end of that where people are kind of expecting you to be a playoff team. So how do you kind of flip the script and handle that?
Well, I'll be honest with you, we expected to be a playoff team last year. That was kind of I think within our building, we expected what happened. I think I said that standing here last year that we felt like in every game we would have a chance to win. And I think that kind of proved true through the regular season, that we had opportunities to win games really in every game we played. And I think that's kind of the same way this year. Obviously our schedule is the same, and we have some really difficult opponents, some of the best, especially defensive teams in our region. We start out with Williamson, top 5 defense in 5A, Charles Henderson at Charles Henderson again, 5A state runner-up. So we know we've got some tough challenges, and then obviously in the region you got Foley, Fairhope. They're always going to be really good. Coach Scott and Coach Carter do such a good job, especially defensively. And then Daphne with Coach King. It's a tough sled, and Bart Sessions at Alma Bryant. Man, all those teams are really good defensively in particular. So it's going to present some challenges there. But again, the focus, and I think our guys will tell you this, is the focus is on us. Go try to be the best version of ourselves every day, and that started in January. That doesn't start when the season starts. That's been all off season, all through the spring, all through the summer, and now we're just going into our fall phase. And so, I really believe in what we do and how we do it. A lot of our processes come from Coach Clark. That was at Prattville, that coached me at Prattville, and then Caleb Ross. A lot of the things that we do are the same things that we did when we were at McGill. And so we really believe in how we train, how we practice, and then how we play the game. And I think, when you watch our team play, that's what you see.
Coach, the biggest difference in between this time last year and now within your program, what would you say that would be?
I think the biggest part is experience. We talked about this yesterday, as a matter of fact, that we're going into year 2. This time last year, we had not played a game together yet. And so I got there in January, and we'd had a good spring, but it was an inter-squad game. And so we had 7-on-7 competitions, but they're 7-on-7 competitions. And so now moving into week 1, one of the big differences, just for this team in particular, this is obviously still a new team, but we played a spring game this year. We were ready to play a game after 3 weeks of practice. And I think that experience of playing that spring game will be a very significant early in the season. We feel like we're much further along right now than we were this time last year. And that's knowing that, at the end of the day, every team is a new team. Last year's team was last year's team. And it's a whole new dynamic. There's new pieces in the coaching staff. There's new pieces, from a personnel standpoint. You know, it's funny. I heard Coach Curtis say they haven't had but 2 transfers in to their school or whatever. I guess a fine arts person and one other athlete or something. But we've been very similar. We've had 1 kid transfer in, 1 kid transfer out, and so we've been fortunate with that. I know it's a different world that we live in, and you know, I don't see. You know, I have nothing negative to say. Sterling Dixon, I know, is a big hot topic right now, and every interaction I've had with him, he is a great young man. A really good kid, and obviously we all wish him nothing but success. And it is a challenging world that we live in right now with NIL and all the things that are going on. And so how to navigate that, you know, I think we all got to kind of take a deep breath and let each person make the decision they feel like is best for them. But at the end of the day, man, I think how we built our program, built on the pillars that we built it on, starting with our faith and starting with, you know, how we treat each other and how we try to make each other better, kind of similar to how Coach Curtis talked about. I think that's what keeps your kids in your program. It's not always going to happen. I know, you know, Coach Cottrell probably does the same thing. And so, you know, but I am very pleased that these guys have committed to each other, that I'm sure they could go other places if they wanted to. And, you know, but they've committed to this and the vision that we had. And I'm excited. I think that will be one of the things that helps us as we move throughout our season, is that these kids care about each other. And similar to how Coach Curtis talked about, man, that can be that special ingredient that helps push you over the top. And so we're excited about that.
Coach, of course, a few minutes ago you talked about your community, and in the last presser, Coach Curtis talked about, you know, having that one game that for a long time was the biggest game of the year. You know, out in West Mobile, y'all and Baker, for years that was the game, and now both teams have playoff expectations going into this year. What has that game been like, and what was it like last year finally getting that win against Baker?
It was a huge win for our community. I like that Mr. Toodle's got a jacket with just our team on it. We didn't have to split it up. You know, with Baker, I like that. But, yeah, it's a big game every year. Obviously, that was my first time being a part of that rivalry, and I've been a part of some really good ones, Daphne Spanish Fort, McGill Murphy. But that was definitely a great atmosphere last year. It was a great ball game. Obviously, it makes it better when you come out on the right side of it. And so it was a great win, and I think our community loved that. You know, we talk about this a lot with our kids. For me, as a coach, no one game can be bigger than the other one. Like, we're going to go about each game. It doesn't matter if we think they're the worst team on our schedule or the best team, or it's a big rivalry, it's a big playoff game. Our mentality is to be the same and go about our processes and operate in a way where it's really about us being the best version of us within the day, within the week, and within the season that we're in. So that's really our focus. I know Coach Norman does a good job there. They've got a good team, some really talented players. And so do we, so I'm sure it'll be another good ball game this year.
The numbers, you have numbers this year. Talk about how many kids you have playing football.
Yeah, last year was funny. It was really a crazy experience. We got there were 40 kids on the roster, 180 signed up, 10 through 12. It was really kind of a crazy deal. Obviously, that number came way down. I think we played last year with about 110. We dressed 125 kids. We went through spring, about the same thing, about 105 to 110. We've got about 55, 60 freshmen coming in already that are practicing, and I'm sure there'll be more that are kind of added as they get into school. So yeah, our numbers are really good. I'm excited about that. You know, not everywhere is like that, and I think that it's definitely a challenge that as coaches we've got to find ways. My deal is this, all right? Why we coach is to have an impact on our kids and to bring glory to the kingdom of Christ. That's why I do this. And so to me, how can I have an influence on people if they're not a part of our program? So we're really, we choose our battles, I think, when it comes to if a kid misses a practice to go play basketball, or a kid goes on vacation. You know, we're not just going to make it something where a kid feels like he's got to make that choice between one or the other. And I think that that's one reason. I think that, again, we've got really good kids and good coaches that care about it, you know, care about more than just football. It's got to be about something bigger than just football, or you're going to lose, because football will only, you know, and we've lost a couple. You know, we've lost a few to kids that, you know, they're a third string quarterback or they're a fifth string wide receiver. And, you know, when you got that many kids, that's just how it is. And so I don't want to lose any kid. And even those kids, I'm going to spend time calling them, calling their parents and saying, hey, we want your kid in our program because it matters to us. And we do things in the off season to make it competitive, to make it fun, and to, again, make it more than just about football. Football is the main part, but it's got to be about more than just ball.
Talk about the 4 kids you got up here with you today. I call them your bodyguard.
I brought 4 because I knew I needed some protection when I came in here. So no, I can't say enough. These are our 4 of our captains from the off season. These guys are 4 of our best leaders. They do everything that we ask them the right way. Rarely, if ever, do they miss a day. They're the kind of guys that you got to run them out of the building because they, you know, Jared's up here after kids camp at 10 o'clock at night doing extra workouts. You know, Troy, same thing in the stadium. I come up on a Sunday to cut grass. Troy's in the stadium running bleachers. And so, you know, these are the kind of guys that you can build a big-time program on, man. These 2 guys on defense, they are the leaders of a very fast and physical defense. They're going to be really, really fun to watch, man. Coach Alex Page, our defensive coordinator, has done an unbelievable job organizing that group of guys. We already, you know, going against each other yesterday. I'm ready to see somebody other than our guys, and we still got 3.5 weeks of pads and practice to get prepared. So I'm really excited about that group. They're going to be a lot of fun to watch this year. So.
Coach, recently you guys competed in a 7-on-7. What did you bring away from that with you guys? Because you were pretty successful in that.
Yeah, we had a lot of 7-on-7s. We started out the second day of practice. We were out at South, second day of our summer practice. We had a good showing there, but we finished at Hoover in a national 7-on-7. That was part of our processes again at McGill. I wasn't sure that we were ready for that last year, so we didn't go, but we kind of built that into this year's plan, and our guys really responded. You know, we knew it was going to be some challenges. We got up there, we went 5-0 the first day of pool play. We played really good on both sides of the ball. We had some bad weather, schedule changes, and we played a Carrollton, Georgia team that is this really, really good. They're loaded on both sides of the ball. They kind of took it to us in that first game, and then we lost by 1 point in our next 2 games. But thought our guys competed well on a national scale, a lot of really, really good teams, good players. And the biggest thing is kind of what we talked about is, are we preparing the right way where we can be the best version of ourselves? You know, it's not gonna be easy. There's gonna be times when the other team makes one more play than you do. All right, but at the end of the day, how do we respond to that? And again, they've done a good job of coming back to work and getting back ready to prepare for our season. So,
Jared, can you talk about going to South and why you committed there?
Well, being a hometown guy, that's like the hometown school, and they sold me a vision of being like the hometown hero and people getting behind me and rallying behind that decision. And I think when I announced it, I didn't get nothing less than what they expected, and it kind of blew up. Went everywhere, and a lot of people reaching out, congratulating me. So I think it was a good decision, a good move. Of course, I got my parents down there to see it first, and they thought it was a great idea. So I mean, I pulled the trigger, and that was that.
What do you want to improve on this year?
I think on the field, I would say feet work, and sometimes that could be a challenge. But I just want to be a better leader, a better teammate for the guys, and just being able to build off what we did last year and go into this year and improve overall as a unit and just be better.
Big Friday night game, you playing Williamson down at Ladd, one of the top games in this region. How does that feel? Mary G. Montgomery, one of the top games in this region, down at one of the historical stadiums, you know, in the country.
I think it's a great feeling. Of course, anytime you get to play football, it's a great feeling. And then you get big games like that. I just love getting into those atmospheres, especially playing with my brothers. These guys, my brothers, I consider them my brother. I do anything for them. And you get to go out there and play on Friday nights and have fun with those guys. It's no better feeling in the world.
For any of you players, or all of you, last year most people saw that as a breakthrough year. How do you keep that momentum going and not get complacent?
We just gonna, we just continue to work, and no matter what happens, it's always gonna be the work. So it's no time to feel like we done did enough, because it's always better to do. We went 6-4. We trying to go 10-0 plus this year. So it's just always gonna be the work part of it.
Well, what do you think? How do you keep that momentum going from last year?
What we've been doing, stand on the field, stand forward ahead of the game, keep each other occupied the whole time. What we do basically every day at practice, going hard, executing, finishing in the weight room, grinding all off season. But coach already has us there. We're ahead of the game.
Flowers, I know when you look at coming through a half season and injury, how hungry does that make you, and how hungry were you when you did finally return to that football field a year ago?
Yeah, I was hungry for sure, just, working that hard and then an injury like that. But coming back, I expect to do twice as better. Just keep working, keep playing, and have a good season.
What part of your game do you think you've improved in on the most?
I would probably say speed, my catching, route running, all that for sure. And then, yeah, just strength too. We got strong in the weight room.
Now, guys, of course, Ben asked and talked about how last year was a breakthrough year, and it seemed like almost there was like an overnight culture change at MGM and in Sims. What has this coaching staff and this community meant to you guys as players?
I mean, I think it was a huge help. Like coming in, like you said, overnight change. You could just see the change, and we felt the change. And even though we started off 0-4, we still had we believed that we was a playoff caliber team, and we was gonna make it. Like it never fazed us, and it never fazed the team. Like through it all, we just kept pushing, kept pressing. Every week they came back to practice the same exact way, and they came there and they did that all 10 weeks of the season, and they just never changed. And I think that speaks to the coaches we had, the community we had around us, so the support system we had, and the heart that these guys had, and it showed. It came to fruition in the last 6 weeks of the season.
Coach, how good do you think Jared could be at the next level?
I think I've said this a couple times. I think his ceiling is the highest level. I think that he has the attributes, the length and the size. He has the intangibles, the work ethic that, if under the right staff, he'll continue to grow. I think the staff that he chose, hopefully those guys will stay here for a long time. But Coach Womack and Coach Applewhite are great, man, and the sky's the limit. It really is. He's capable of playing on Sundays. I think he's got a chance to compete for that job. As soon as he gets there, probably. Hopefully they give him a little bit of time to get a little bit bigger, maybe. But he's gonna, that's just gonna happen naturally. I'll never forget going from 18 to 19 and gaining 25 pounds when I stepped onto campus in Tuscaloosa. I think he's going to do the same. And when he does that, man, he's going to get faster, stronger. He's going to be, he's going to be a great college football player with the chance to be a pro. So
I think we all gained a lot of weight.
That's true. That's true.
Thank you, guys. Good luck this year.
Hold on, Coach. James Bolton. Nobody mentioned James Bolton. Quick summary of James Bolton.
James Bolton, 1,300-yard receiver last year. That's funny because I had to choose 4 guys to bring with me today. They tried to narrow me down to 2, but I couldn't help but bring 4. And, man, I wish I could bring 20 more. Man, there's so many great stories. But James Bolton, 1,300-yard receiver, led the state for most, if not, most of the season. Obviously, if we make a deeper run in the playoffs, there's no telling how many yards he would have had. But he's going to have another big season. Man, he's had a great off season, had a great summer 7-on-7, and we got some really good weapons for Jared. Offensive line has really developed nicely too. They're in a good spot, so I'm excited about the whole group coming together. Man, it's going to be a really fun year in Sims.
Thank you, guys. Good luck this year. Look forward to seeing y'all.
Appreciate it, Ben.
Thank you.
Okay, Coach, welcome. First of all, tell us who you brought with you today.
All right, to my right, Mr. Matthew Stallworth. To my left, Mr. Jalen Etney.
Well, your first time here, how do you feel like it's been going since you took over at Murphy? Where do you think?
It's been a job. It's been a job. It's been a lot of work. It's exciting. There's a lot of things that come to mind when you ask that question. But I'm excited to be here. The kids are excited. They are responding very, very well. And it is a change. This is not the normal coaching that they've received. And they are responding well, and we're coming together, and we're just putting it together.
What's been the biggest challenge since you took over?
Support. The biggest challenge has been support, because I haven't made a name for myself yet. You know, I'm not a guy who does a lot of talking. I believe in performing. I believe in preparation, and one of the biggest challenges has been proving myself. August the 24th, I'll have that opportunity to show what I bring to the community, the school, and to each student athlete.
What should we expect from a Justin Allen coach team?
Fundamental football. I plan to have these kids playing fast and fundamental football, not just, you know, just regular football. You know, we're gonna play fast and fundamental football. We're gonna try to be as sound as possible.
Jalen, what's some of the differences that you've seen so far that's positive that Coach Allen brought?
Consistency, leadership, and just brotherhood, making us bond together, doing a lot of things together, and just having fun together.
Coach, when you talk about support, who are you talking about?
Everyone. And I say that from a standpoint of you have powerhouses, you have other schools, and just really just making a name for ourselves. Murphy is who Murphy is, and we're trying to get Murphy back to where it should be and where it needs to be, and that's going to take support. That's going to take winning, obviously. That's going to take parents being more involved and being more supportive of not only just your individual child, but what your child participates in. We need help from the community, we need help from parents, we need help from teachers, and we need help from each other. It takes a complete village to build a program. I'm not here to just win a couple of games or go to the playoffs. I'm here to change a program, and I'm willing to start a culture here.
When you look around at your schedule, it's not easy. How challenging is it thinking about going into the season, getting the right mindset, knowing it's just week by week, and not really looking at the entire giant that is the schedule?
Well, I try to tell my student athletes and my student athletes that you don't focus at the top of the mountain. You focus on the first step. So if today is Tuesday, the only thing that matters is Tuesday. If today is Wednesday, the only thing that matters is Wednesday. If you have 3 sets of 10, you have 3 sets of 10. We cannot move forward to another exercise until it's done. And trying to get them to understand, or teaching them that we all are here on an assignment. You have an assignment, you have a job. On the field and off the field, you will have a job and a duty to make sure that it's carried out. Your man cannot make the tackle. You have to catch that ball. Every play is third down. We need them all.
I had a chance to see you guys over at UMS. Team looks spirited, moving around, flying around a little bit. Is that what we should expect from a Murphy Panther team this season?
Well, you guys should just expect us to be sound as possible. Minimize mistakes, just don't turn over the ball. If we cannot turn the ball over, we should be able to make a difference. We are in a tough schedule. We're in a tough region and we do have a tough schedule. But the only thing that matters is that one play. Play one play at a time. Do not make mental errors, and just keep playing. Keep playing.
How many guys do you have out right now?
We're averaging maybe 63 players. Maybe 63 players. Consistently, I should say.
I see Matthew has O-line, D-line. Last year he dominated on D-line, so he gonna play a little O-line this year as well?
Well, Matthew he's maturing, I should say. He's maturing. He wasn't, this guy, he was the first person that I actually had to get after. And I mean get after. The first day I met him, he was the one that was giggling in the background as if this was a game. And I told him, it is a new sheriff in town. All that giggling, I'm here to win right now. I'm not here to wait 3 years. I'm here to win as many games as I can. I'm a very, very competitive coach, a player, and I want to make sure that my players understand and feel where I'm coming from when I talk about practice, when I talk about assignment, when I talk about being fundamentally sound. Fundamentally sound that even though you made that block, your steps are wrong. We have to correct that. And that's the only way we will get better, not only as a team, but as student athletes. We have to make sure that we maximize those small adjustments.
Coaching staff, talk about some of your coaches that you brought in for your first season.
Right now, I'm kind of short-staffed. And I'm short-staffed just because I've had a lot of guys to inquire about joining Murphy, but they only wanted to be the offensive coordinator. They only wanted to be the defensive coordinator. And here at Murphy High School, we need quality coaches. We need coaches that's going to pour into our kids as student athletes, not just coaches that just want a title. These kids need coaching all the way around. And for those who need titles, Murphy is not a place for the kids. The kids need coaching, not people that would be proud to say that they are a coordinator or they are, whatever title that may fluff for them. This is all about the kids. If you are a defensive coach, then you are a defensive coach. If you are an offensive coach, then you are an offensive coach, regardless of your title or your status. You can come from the University of Tennessee. You can come from the University of Timbuktu. If you are a football coach, you are a football coach, regardless of your title. These kids need quality, sound men. They need men in their life that's going to tell them what's right on and off the field.
Took your staff over to New Orleans, the same facility, and saw practice. At least I saw the picture on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
What was that experience like, and what do you feel like y'all gained from them?
Well, I don't take for granted that most coaches or coaching staffs get that opportunity to do so. I reached out to a former colleague that helped us make that happen. And being in that atmosphere, it shows the potential that we have. Football is football. People have to understand that you run and you catch. You tackle the person with the ball. It's really just that simple. And going to the Saints facility was very, very refreshing. It was a long summer camp. And just asking questions and being okay with saying, hey, I don't know how to run that. Can you teach me that drill? How do you get your guys to execute that? And just trying to sponge as much knowledge as we possibly can. And we got a lot out of it. And we were eager to share and display to our players.
Matthew, how long did it take you to jump on board with the coach after that first meeting?
After I saw he was serious about what he was doing and he was actually here to, like he was there to actually make a change, like from previous coaches and previous years from Murphy, I got on board and, ever since then we've been improving all around.
Coach, your schedule this year, of course, you open up with Daphne, and then You get 3 of the 4 playoff teams from the region back to back to back to open up. That's a tough start to the year for any school. How do you approach that, having that gauntlet right up front?
You approach it just by taking it one game at a time. We will watch a lot of film. We will be prepared, and we're going to put the best product on the field. We just gonna make plays. At the end of the day, is whoever scores the most points win. Normally, whoever scores the less amount of points lose. And we just plan to be the team that has the most points. If it's 3-0, if it's 13-12, but definitely just one game at a time, and just try to do what we can do what we do well. And I was speaking to my coaches, and I was telling them it's not about doing more, it's about doing less better. If you can do less better and become efficient, then you will be a good football team.
Having played in Birmingham, now you're down in this area, is it any difference being from that area and down in South Florida?
Well, I think it's balanced. Birmingham has a lot of talent. Guys like David Palmer, Mr. Football. In my eyes, one of the best players to ever play in the state of Alabama. Even to Damian Craig, one of the best players ever played out of Mobile. So it's pretty balanced. Kids are athletic, more athletic than It's just crazy how these kids are 9 years old and they're already approaching 6 feet. But at the end of the day, it really just comes down to being dogmatic. You cannot teach kids how to be dogmatic. I think football has gotten a little soft, and I think it's been controlled by. It's been controlled by different situations that the kids has been put in, but there's not much of a difference. It's just if that kid wants to play, he's gonna make a play. If he's not, he's not.
Jalen, what was your first impression of the first meeting when Coach came in there?
My first impression was like he was very young, cause we weren't used to no young coach, So I would just thought, just listen to what he got to say and just take from what he tell us and just run with it. And I've been doing that so far, and I'm grateful that he is over our team.
Coach, 1 year removed from college coaching, do you see similarities with this transfer with kids, bouncing from school to school?
That seems to be a sensitive subject in certain places. I think it is damaging the game of football. I think it is ruining the game of football. I think it is ruining households. I think it is destroying kids, because if you look at percentages and ratios, a lot of the student athletes that are transferring from colleges, they aren't getting to new colleges. You're leaving scholarships on the table to go for a hope and a wish. The only ones that are reported are the ones that actually got the scholarship. But if you look at the ratio, it's pretty bad. If you look at all the kids that transferred from a university hoping to go to another university. So a lot of those kids aren't fitting in school. Some situations they work out perfectly fine, and congratulations to those kids and those parents. But we have to teach kids how to actually buckle down and face adversity. If this guy's better than you, then you need to work. It's really that simple. But to all the kids that are transferring or did transfer, congratulations. Wish the best endeavors. But to those who didn't get the success of transferring, it's not too late. Go back to your whatever school you came from, and try to make the most of life. But that's just my opinion on it. But it works out for certain people and it doesn't for some.
Coach, first year at Murphy, of course, on the other side of the so-called Cannon rivalry, McGill, they have a first-year coach also. What does that rivalry mean to you in your first year, and how big of a game is that going to be for you?
Well, when I first heard about it, I did my research, and I was blown away just because I've never lost 9 times in a row. I think that's crazy. But McGill has known to be a pretty good football team, a pretty good culture, and I think it's going to be a very, very good game. I don't doubt that they will put their best product on the field and match ours, and I'm looking forward to it.
Hey, good evening. Lawrence Yelding, and I have with me quarterback Amari Yelding and running back Bryce Dowling.
Tell us about BC Rain as we start to practice here.
BC Rain, right now we are, on par for where we want to be. We've had a really good summer, getting ready to go. We're really excited about our new stadium that's on our campus, something to defend. So, we're excited where we're supposed to be. We actually get started on Monday. We'll bring the guys in. Of course, we have our first day of school. We'll go through our school day, and then we'll get prepared to go to practice afterwards, and we'll, get ready for this 2023 football season.
Yeah, let's talk about, returning starters, both on offense and defense, and the number of players that you have out this summer. How's that been coming along?
That growth process for us has been really good. I think my first year that I was there, which was about 4 years ago, we're starting year 5. I think we took the field right at 40 kids. I did the roster this morning as we were preparing for our picture day on tomorrow, and we have about 64 guys that's out. For the first time, we'll have a class of seniors that has 16 guys in it. Last year, we graduated 1 guy. The year before, we graduated about 3 guys. So this will be the first full class of seniors that I will have in the tenure that I've been there. And, these 16 guys have been playing, since they were freshmen, quite honestly. We've grown with them. We took our lumps with them. So we're, excited about it, but yet optimistic in the same manner. We know that, this is not a game that you can talk. You definitely have to go out and perform, week in and week out. In the region that we play in, there is no days off, so to say. So, it's just about these young men being focused, these young men being disciplined, these young men coming to work every day and being able to prepare every week. And those are the things that we're trying to instill in them as football players, as students, as young men, because every day you got to get up and go to work. If you don't work, you don't eat.
As far as returning offensive starters, how many do you have?
Now we probably have, you can only have 11 that's out there one time. So we actually had 1 young man that graduated that played on the offensive side of the ball. I don't want to say we have 10 returning starters because we had, 13 or 14 guys that contributed on the offensive side of the ball. So offensively, I think we're going to be okay. It's just, again, a matter of guys going out and executing and doing the things that they're supposed to do. Defensively, probably where, we didn't lose anybody defensively either. So all those guys are back as well. But if you can say that we're young, we're probably younger on that side because we still are playing some young men that played, as 9th graders last year that are now 10th graders, but they do have, that game experience. But, up front, on both sides of the ball, defensive line, offensive line, I think that's where we've made our biggest strides, in the off season. We are anchored by, Ashton Wright, who was supposed to be here today, but his grandfather had a little accident. He was fortunate. We're fortunate that, he committed to the University of Louisiana this past weekend, playing nose for us. And then we have some other kids that, that I think are just as good, who are going to have an opportunity to go somewhere and play as well. So we're excited, as far as where we are, as far as the trenches are concerned. Like I say, on the back end, got good players back there. Just got to get them ready to play.
Yeah, that's been a part of the team with 20 returning starters or 25, however you want to play. That's a lot of experience.
Yes, sir, it is. We hadn't really had 20 players, since I've been there. So to have that many guys that know the system, that understand, just the things that we expect is huge. And I will kind of piggyback on that and just talk about these 15 guys. As a coach, that's one of the things that I'm most proud of. In this day and time, in this climate, with everything that's going on, these young men that you see sitting beside me here, they kind of bought into a vision that I put out for them when they were in the 8th grade. And them coming from Pillins, they have stayed the course, through all the trials and the tribulations that we've gone through. They've weathered the storm of, being pulled here, being pulled there. And for me, to start with, I think 14 guys in that class, because we've actually picked up to still have those 16 guys still in the program right now is a feat within itself. And the class that's right behind them, the juniors, there's I think about 18 or 20 of those guys. So, we're just proud that we're able to retain the guys that we have. They understand what it is that we're trying to build, and they're in for the long haul with that building process.
What type of challenges are you facing at BC Rain? I mean, a lot of people are facing challenges everywhere, but for you personally, at BC Rain, in terms of guys getting pulled places and the climate that is high school football right now?
I mean, we're not really bothered with that as of right now. It's just it's a mindset. As long as you're talking to your guys and you're keeping in contact with your guys, you're talking to the parents, and you're loving the guys. If you're treating them right, they're not going to go anywhere. So I mean, just my mindset of it is, we can control what we can control. The things that's going on right now, these are not new things. They've been going on forever. Just now they're just getting a lot of pub for whatever reason, whatever that case may be. I can't really worry about that because I can't change any rules. I can't change any bylaws. All I can do is coach the guys that show up and do what I need to do to keep the guys that I have, and that's our approach on it. So it's not really a struggle for us in that manner, in that sense. I don't look at anything as a struggle. I just look as an opportunity to attack a situation. Again, the things that we're supposed to be teaching young men, because you're going to have obstacles in life, whatever they may be. You're going to lose people. People are going to come in your life. People are going to leave your life. How you respond, how you react, that's something that you're going to have to deal with. But that's something that everybody has to deal with. So we're going to pull up our bootstraps. The guy, whoever, if we ever faced with that, with that problem, it's just going to be, whoever the next guy is, hey, it's your turn. So I'm a firm believer that everybody is in their space for a reason, for a moment. That time presents itself, that opportunity presents itself, and how an individual sees it is on that individual. So we don't really look at things as challenges, which we all know we have challenges, we have struggles, but if you look at it that way, then you're already defeated. So we just look at it as an opportunity, and those are the things that I'm trying to instill in these guys. Every opportunity that presents itself, you make the best of it. If it doesn't present itself, then you find a way to make it happen for yourself.
You call your program a family, and of course that's accurate, but maybe a little more accurate for some, like the guy on your left there. Take the coach hat off for a second, you put on the dad hat. Is there a little bit of bittersweet feelings going into your final year, being able to coach your son?
It has been doing it for 25 years, and I've been fortunate enough to coach all 3 of them. This one right here is the one that I didn't really get to coach. The other 2 were D linemen, in which I coached D line, so I had a little bit more hands-on with them. But just to stand back and watch him play and perform, on the offensive side of the ball, and just his growth and knowledge of the game has been really rewarding. As a dad, I'm like all other dads. I probably beat him up way too much because I rarely see the good things that he do because all I see is the bad things that he do. And tell him, you know, this is what you need to do. This is the things that you need to work on. You know, why can't you do it like he doing it? You know, which we all do. So I'm gonna try to be a little bit more of a coach and not so much of a dad on the ride home this time. You know, commend him on the things that he's done well. I mean, he is, you know, he and this young man beside me have been two really good leaders for our program. If I never would have thought that they would have, you know, player-led things going on this week, because I gave them off this week so they can get ready for school, you know, get their bodies back in tune. So I just told them, hey, take the week. We'll be ready to go on the 7th. But they've had player-led stuff all week. They've met at the school, 7:30, 8 o'clock. They've worked out, they've run, they've conditioned. And for the most part, they've had, you know, great participation. So, you know, just to see them grow and kind of take on the mindset of the coaches, the staff, you know, and doing the things, being the leaders that, you know, we need them to be, we think that's going to pay dividends for us in the season to come.
Guys, how important is it for you guys to finish this thing off right in your last year?
It's very important. When we got here as a class, transitioning from 8th to 9th grade, we told each other that we wanted to stick together. We wanted to turn our program around. We wanted to do something and put out a good product for our community. And when you've been through the things that you go through throughout your high school football career, and for us to look back and see that we've kept a lot of our family, our brothers, as we like to refer to ourselves together, it's very important that we finish it. And I think that's one of the main reasons that we work so hard this summer, this off season, having the player-led deals, is because we want to finish it out strong.
Ross, what do you think?
He said what I was about to say, but yeah, basically the same thing. Growth. Ever since 8th grade year, I always got to stick together.
I heard you say family on the, to some of the younger players in the interview with Channel 5. What does the BC Rain family mean to you? Both of you.
You want to go first? I'm first. It means a lot to me, cause like the young 8th grades that come in, we just get them on the same page as us. If you mess up at practice or anything, you ain't gotta always just cuss somebody out or anything. I ain't mean excuse my mouth, but if you just lift them, up, they'll get on the same page and we'll work together.
I think it's a special type of family. A lot of us played in the same Mobile youth park ball with or against each other. I know that I wasn't with them throughout elementary school, but moving over in 8th grade, they accepted me with open arms, and so for that I'm grateful for them for that, and that's one of the things that motivates me. And as a family, you go through things, you have disagreements, but at the end of the day, that you're still family, and so that encourages us to work hard and practice hard and play hard for each other.
Coach, you was in a three-way tie. You fired Williamson at the end of the season last year. Talk about the motivation that has on this year's group in the weight room and all type of training that you guys been doing.
Last year I think we ended up 4-6, and there was a three-way tie, and it came down to out of region play, and what I told the guys and what I use it as and to preach of is no matter what game it is, you got to always get up for the opponent, because you never know when something is going to be needed or something is going to come to pass. And I just told them last year I don't think we're as focused as we needed to be on those two out of region games. A couple things happened for whatever the reason may have been, and we just didn't play well. And for that reason, that cost us an opportunity to do something that hadn't been done, in our school for some times, and that was to make the playoffs, consecutive years back to back. So that's been one aspect of dealing with it. And then just the other thing is just again, learning to grow. You're close, but close don't count. At the end of the day, you didn't make it. It don't matter who you beat. It don't matter, how good people say you are. It doesn't matter, what people think you should have done. At the end of the day, it is, what have you done? And last year, our resume didn't dictate that we should be a playoff team, and we weren't. So I just try to get them to understand that, life is about opportunities that you make for yourself. And, it's not, I use the analogy, it's not like, school. School, you're nurtured. Teachers bring you along. The real essence of football and sports and athletics is at the end of the game, there's going to be a winner and there's going to be a loser. Which one are you going to be? And you have to do the things that you're supposed to do to put yourself in that situation. So, this week, we started talking about it this week. This summer, we just talked about stacking days, building a resume. Because, you play a game on Friday night, but the result on Friday night is not indicative of Friday's game. The result of Friday is going to be done as a result of what's done Monday through Thursday. So, again, you have to prepare yourself, you have to go to work, you have to be out there every day. So our challenge this summer has been just to come to work every day, be accountable, be here, be on time. Little things, keep the locker rooms clean, keep your space clean. So, we're just focusing on the little things. And I think we're decent enough, at the big things. Scheme-wise, I think we're decent. I think physically, I think we're decent. We just got to work on that mental approach, that mental aspect. And it's not necessarily the X's and O's of the game, but it's just doing everything right. And when you do everything right, it's just going to come natural to you on Friday or during competition days to do and be where you're supposed to be.
Ricky the Train Nichols.
Yes, sir.
Not the nickname after the 20-plus tackle game against Viper. Talk a little about him and his development.
Ricky's worked extremely hard. He's suffered a little minor setback. He actually broke his thumb in the South, 7-on-7. So he's kind of been limited in what he can do with his hand. But, he's there every day. He's leading every day. He's running. He's conditioning. He's actually got cleared. So he's ready to come. He thinks he's ready to go full speed. But, I had to talk to him yesterday about, this is going to be a process and how we're going to get you back. But, he, like all those guys on the defensive side of the ball, are working extremely hard. And I like to say, you brought up the 20-plus tackles, which I had to keep him humble about. You made 20-plus tackles because those three guys up front were doing what they're supposed to do. Those guys are eating blocks like they're supposed to do so you can run free. So, again, I just harp on those guys up front because, again, that's where it's won. But Ricky's doing well. Khalil P. Ryan, another leader for us on the defensive side of the ball, he's doing well. We just got some guys that, really love the game of football and are excited about the season or are ready to play.
So talk a little bit about Bryce and what he
This guy right here is he is, to me, I don't say everything, but he is a big part of the face of our program. He's one of those guys that, quite honestly, could have gone anywhere and would have played as a freshman, just like he played for us as a freshman. But again, he bought into what it is I was talking about and what I was selling, and just told him that I have your best interest at heart. I want you to become a total man. And he has, worked through, just everything. I think he is one of the best football players in the region, if not the best. He's just a different kind of guy. He's a different competitor. And, I'm just so excited, for him to get on the field. I think he's one of the most overlooked kids in the region. I sometimes think there's a lot of stock and credit put into to wins and losses, when that don't necessarily always depict the kind of player, the kind of athlete, the kind of young man that these guys are. So again, him as a player, him as a person, you just gotta love him because he's as loyal as he can be. I don't like to use the word fight too often, but there ain't many people that can say anything about old coach and he won't take it up for whatever reason. I have to talk him down a lot of times, because he's very passionate about what he, about what he does. He's very passionate about our school. He's very passionate about his teammates. He's very passionate about his coaches. And, there are times where I tell him, man, you can't go. I mean, there's a picture I think KT took in the Faith game where he was standing on the sideline. And I don't think many people really understood, but, he took a shot to the back of his, to the back of his head. And the original diagnosis, that the trainer came back was, he had a concussion. Well, about midway through the second quarter, she's just like, well, Coach, I may have, misdiagnosed it. I think he just got a little stinger. He's good to go. And, she's just like, he's ready to go if you want him. I just told him, no, it's not that important. If you first said it was this is what it is, and then we'll evaluate it. It wasn't a concussion, but I just, as a parent, I just wouldn't want a coach to take an opportunity or take a chance with my child in that situation, not necessarily knowing the severity of it. So he was mad at me for a while. He was mad at me for a long while. KT took the picture because I had my arms around him and I had his helmet in his hand and I was giving it to the trainer, telling him that you're done for the night. Now, I think the whole morale of the team kind of went with that because he was a big part of the plan. But at the end of the day, I care more about him as a young man than I do about him as a football player. So again, we have those little spouts, those little battles because he's giving it his all, and I take him out and I coach him good. Now you take a blow, but he's just a fearless warrior. He's that kind of guy. And again, just for him, to be sitting here with us, I think Amari told him on the way over here, you're a vet at this. He's been here every year since he's been playing. He came as a freshman, he came as a sophomore, he's coming as a junior, now he's coming as a senior. That's just the kind of guy that he is. He is, if you open up a dictionary and you look at BC Reign football, his picture will be there. He is a BC Reign football player. He is a kid that grew up on Dauphin Island Parkway, and he loves it. And he is always talking it up. So he's my guy. He's my guy.
Talk about, tell us, introduce you guys.
We've got Cameron Rigby to my left, senior quarterback. To my right, we got Cameron Pruitt, a.k.a. also known as Bobby. To my right, there's an athlete and a DB and wide receiver and offensive tackle, whatever we want him to be.
Well, welcome back. We missed you last year.
Well, it's good to be back. I'm thrilled to be back in here and back home, and good to see a lot of good friends hadn't seen in a while, and good to be a Theodore Bobcat.
Tell us kind of where the Theodore Bobcats are.
Well, they're about 15 miles down the road, right off I-10, and we got a. Do what now?
13.
Exit 13, 15. I mean, 17. Use 3 different ways you can get there, but I think like everybody else, we sort of feel out with a good junction right now. We've had a good summer and had a good spring, and the thing that I caution everybody about is everybody looks good in the summer, out in shorts and T-shirts and running around and all that. We'll find out a little bit more here next week when we put some equipment on where we are, but I think mentally we're in good shape and physically we're in good shape, and looking forward to it.
Coach, how important was it for you to have an opportunity to kind of evaluate your team in the spring against a good Jackson team, going into the summer to make any evaluations or quirks or changes that needed to be done as the fall approaches?
Well, I think anytime you come into a situation, a little bit of the unknown, obviously we knew that we had some players coming back and what had been there before, but I think it gave us a chance by getting there in the end of February, before we even had spring training, we were able to acclimate ourselves with each other. And then obviously we wasn't sure about doing a spring game, but now in reflection, I'm glad we did. You know, it was a little different format we did in the spring. I'm not sure I'd do that again because of the way we did it, but we were able to evaluate against a really good Jackson team, and I think Jackson has a chance to play for a long time in their classification. But you know, I felt good coming out of it. I really did.
What kind of, as you go into, what do you think the strength of the team could be, and what questions do you want to have answered?
Well, I think the biggest strength is we've got 32 seniors. And I think that's a large number to have in any classification. But I think with us in particular, we've got, you know, the 32 seniors we have. And I think we've got some depth on the defensive line, which is where you'd like to have depth. I think offensively we got 7 or 8 or 9 linemen that can play. And running back, we feel good about 2 or 3 of those guys. Unfortunately, 2 of our top guys probably going to start on defense too. But that's okay. We've done that before. And then at quarterback, with Cam sitting here, we've you know, things Cam can do very, very well, and we'll play some slot receiver in addition to playing quarterback. And then, and we found out about Bobby, that, you know, Bobby's, you know, committed to Miami as a defensive player, but he's going to be a pretty good wide receiver too. So, you know, I feel good about the depth of where we are, and anytime you can have depth up front on defense, you feel good about things.
Derek Lee, KJ Norwood, 2 outstanding defensive linemen. You know, talk about those 2 kids and what it means to your defense.
Well, I think, you know, Norwood's committed to South, so that tells a little bit about his ability right there. And Derek is an extremely really good football player. And then we got the Sion, right? We got the Sion Morris as a starting nose guard for us, and then Jared Rogers, then who?
Tim Williams.
Tim Williams came over from Baker, and so we got some depth up there. Got good size and good athletes to go with that. Cy Smith's another good player for us that will play the Big Cam at offensive tackle, and I think he's one of the best kept secrets in Mobile. He's got great size, 6'4", 3 in a bunch, and needs to lose a little bit of that bunch, but 3 in a bunch, and then we've got a couple young guys that Andrew Gay's coming back as the starting center. Michael Staggs comes back and starting guard, and so there's good size there too.
What concerns do you have going in?
The region. I have a lot of concerns about the regions. I think, you know, I don't want to mention Miguel Frias, our kicker, who's got a chance maybe to play at the next level. He helps us in that regard. You know, our biggest concern is that, you know, we got to revamp the secondary a little bit, and in this region, you better cover people. You know, that's a concern. You know, I don't know until you really get into it, but I think obviously if you're pretty good on the offensive defensive line, you start there. I feel like our back end of our defense, our linebacker core, you know, and a couple of our, you know, Braylon Edwards is a really good safety nobody really talks about. But you're always concerned in high school about the secondary. I got a little pet saying, there's a lot of truth to it. If you're not very good in the secondary, the first guy knows about it is the other team's band director, because he's playing the fight song all the time. So, you know, you've got to be concerned about secondary every year. No matter if you've got 4 good players back there, you're concerned about depth and where you're going to go from there.
You got to replace both linebackers, Landon Collier and Jones.
Well, both good players, no question. I've seen them on film, but we got a kid named Brian Ward. I think is going to have a great year as a junior. He's a really good player, an outstanding student, and a great leader. And then we got TJ that's going to play some in there. So we feel okay about that spot, you know. And you know, some of the best linebackers you have are your running backs, and nobody really understands that, because as a running back, you naturally are taught to see the holes and those kind of things. And if you play a kid as a running back, he can play linebacker because he's seeing the same holes from a different area. So we may use a couple guys there, and we may play knucklehead some there inside. We'll figure it all out.
Coach, you opened the season with back-to-back road games at Baker and Robertsdale. What's the challenge like there, you know, not having that first home game in front of Bobcat Nation before September 8th?
Well, I mean, we go to a good Baker team that's got a quarterback committed to Mississippi State and a wide receiver committed to Auburn. So that tells you right up front you better get ready to play back to that secondary situation and defensively. And, you know, it's just part of high school football. You're not going to open up at home every year. You know, a 2-year contract, you're not going to do that. And, you know, the mentality that we have to play is that we got to take care of us. And, you know, I've told our kids, that's sort of been my mantra the whole time, the only team we can worry about, the only team that can beat us is us. So if we take care of us, everything else take care of itself. But looking forward to going to Baker and just looking forward to playing the game.
Coach, do you know what you're going to do with Bobby on defense? I mean, all the different positions he can
Yeah,
play?
that's
Have you
Brandon.
had somebody like him in the past you were kind of?
Well, I've had a couple of kids. I mean, Bobby's very, very talented, and I'm not saying that because he's sitting there. He's very talented, and if you haven't had a chance to watch his highlight tape, go watch the first 5 clips, and you'll cut it off. Monty Kiffin told me a long time ago, recruited Trey Williams, and I said, "What do you think, Coach?" And he said, "Steve, he's a 4-clipper," and I didn't know what he was talking about. He said, "You watch 4 clips, you cut it off, the kid can play." Same thing with Bobby. You watch 4 or 5 clips on his highlight tape, cut off, he can play, but he'll play some off the edge. You know, we're not stupid. We're going to bring him off the edge a little bit. And, you know, one thing that's not a lot of people know about Bobby, he's a great cover guy. You know, he can cover people, and that doesn't get talked about a lot. And at the next level, he's going to be asked to do that a lot. And that's why he's getting recruited and at that next level to do that. So we'll use him there. And like I said, we'll use him on offense. Cam likes the idea of throwing the ball to him some. So, you know, he's going to graduate. You know, I'm not going to hold him back. He's going to graduate. We're going to use good players as much as we can use them.
The weight room coach is kind of the key to any program that you have. Talk about you getting to Theodore and what you've seen from a weight room standpoint with your guys in there working hard.
Well, I'll say this. I would challenge anybody to get in the weight room with these guys. My first day there, and I've been fortunate, I've been around some good places. I walked in the weight room and I said, good Lord, I've never seen kids attack a weight room like these kids do. So I challenge anybody. You know, we're not going to get into a strength condition. I don't believe in all those weightlifting meets and all that because that's not real. But I challenge you for 55 to 70 minutes to do what these kids do in the weight room, and the enthusiasm that they do it with, and the leadership. Because I think, Corey, we lose the fact that a lot of the leadership is developed in the weight room. And so you watch the leadership attributes going on in the weight room, what these kids do. I walked out and said, thank you. You have put me in a place where I need to be. So I'm very thrilled with the weight program. We got assistant coaches who do a great job with that.
Coach, Saleland wins the state championship, but Theodore was ranked #1, you know, going into the playoffs last year. How do you use that momentum to help you as a first-year coach at Theodore?
Well, I think obviously they're on top of the heap right now. And so if I have to remind anybody that Theodore, that Saleland's the defending 6A state champions, I'm in a lot of trouble to start with. But, you know, look, I like to be ranked. Coaches talk about it all the time. They don't care. We like to be ranked. That means we are doing something right, and there's been something right there. You know, we lost 1 game last year, and that's Saleland. We also beat Saleland. So we're 1-1. They won the one that, at the end that they all counted, but they won the one that kept them in the tournament, and congratulations for them, and they represented Mobile very well. And so I'm all for Mobile schools doing well in the other classifications besides us.
For both players, Coach mentioned that you guys were, you know, this close. Is that, how motivating is that, knowing going into this year that, you know, you are just, it's inches, not feet away? We'll start with Bobby.
Well, it motivated me a lot because, like, I felt like I let my team down. I was really big on that team because I had a lot of family members before they go to college. So, like, it kind of hurt it, but I know what it takes now to be that dog, the top dog. Take a lot of work. Like yesterday, I was outside in the heat, 100 degrees, working out. It takes that. Me and Raven threw a ball. These connections, I gotta get back right.
I mean, obviously it hurt, but it also allowed us to open our eyes and see what we need to work on to get better. And I mean, it motivates us, but it also is like we see what we have to do to fix it.
You know, one thing about the playoffs, and this is an obvious, Captain Obvious statement, only 7 teams are going to go home without a loss on the last game of the year. And there's a lot of teams that win game 10, they're not in playoffs. But if there are only 7 teams, I don't want to take away from anything that these kids accomplished by going 13-1 in an undefeated regular season. And sometimes the hurt is there, but when you have time to reflect on what they were able to accomplish last year, 13-1, ranked, I think maybe, did we get #1 at one time?
#1.
Yeah, you know, so why, yeah, it hurts, and you want to be that last guy standing. But the one thing we want to try to motivate them with is you didn't do bad. You know, you didn't get the ultimate prize, but you still had a great, great year. But you got to build on that. I want to say that. You know, I think sometimes we lose sight of that sometimes.
Bobby, what have you learned from Coach Mass since he's been there?
Well, I learned from Coach Mass. That's a good question. I learned a lot of stuff. How to be on time. Same thing with Coach Carter. He got my butts a lot about me, like, being in the back. So normally I like being in the back, trying to make sure everybody right. But he want me in the front all the time. So like being in the front, be a leader, talk more. Because normally I don't talk, but really talk more.
I learned a lot of things, bring energy and stuff, but the one thing I learned a lot from him is we practice to get better, but we don't work football, we play football. We're out there to have fun. So I think a lot of times we lose sight of that, and that just getting back to playing football, it'll bring us success.
Coach, what's the state of high school football?
It's in shambles. I'm being honest. I think I'm worried about it. I saw the article you wrote about Terry talking about being on the back end of it. I'm not ready to retire. I'm not even close. I don't think Terry is either. But I am glad I'm on the back end of it because I'm worried about it. I mean, I am genuinely worried about it. And look, I'm not going to be a hypocrite because we've had some kids transfer in too. I'd be hypocritical to say that. We've had some transfer in too. But no longer do we have the luxury of talking about we've got a good 9th grade class coming or we have a good 8th grade class coming. Because you know what? They may not come. So I'm worried about that. And, you know, in all this NIL mess and all this branding stuff, we need to be worried about one brand, and that's that oval T on the side of our helmets, in the middle of our fields, and on our T-shirts, and on our jerseys. That's the only brand that we need to be concerned with in high school football. And unfortunately, and Tommy's been around as long as I have, and not that long, but he understands it too. The dear old days of Theodore High are fading. And that's a shame. It's a shame. And I got, I think, some answers, but they're not complete answers, but we have got to recognize the elephant in the room. We've got to do something about the recruiting. You know, we got to do something about the transferring. We got to do something about that. We got to say it's real and address it, quit just saying, well, we'll worry about that later on, because it is real. You know, I can start a war by talking about competitive balance, because I've been involved in the war of it. Put competitive balance in all schools now. Put competitive balance in all schools now, because I've been on both sides of the fences. And I'm telling you, it's real. Put it on everybody now. Then you might see some of this may slow down a little bit when somebody's a 4A high school or a 5A high school or a 6A high school. All of a sudden they bring in 6 or 7 guys and they win one, and then next year they don't bring in 6 or 7 guys and they're playing 7A or 5A or 4A. Make it across the board. That might slow some of it down. But look, I'm not being a hypocrite. Like I'm saying, we've had some kids transfer in. We didn't go get them. You know, not going to go get them. But they transferred in. But I wish we could, and it's not a real world being, I wish it was. I wish we just all played with Theodore kids and that school. I'm not mentioning any other schools, but play with all Theodore kids like it was when it was. But I say it's in shambles, but it's still a great, great opportunity for these kids to do what they need to do.
So, Coach Max, do you feel like with the NILs and transfers, so-called portals, you think it's messing up high school football?
Do I think it's messing up? I absolutely do. I do. There's enough time to make money when you get to college. Let's don't get that involved in high school kids. There's something to be said about going to your senior prom. There's something to be said about playing for your senior basketball season. There's something to be said about going to your senior picnic. I'm a hokey guy. High school football is a hokey game. It's good to go in a neighborhood and see a sign that says, "Go Bobcats." That's hokey, but that's what these kids like. They like that, and we've gotten away from that. I didn't mean to philosophize. I'm just telling you, we've got to openly address what's going on, quit sweeping on the rugs. and start by putting everybody on the equal playing grounds, and we'll all be better for it.
Coach Jamie Dubose talked about the camaraderie of coaches. Do you see that fading?
Oh, that is, I don't see it fading, I see it being dark. You know, I see it being dark, it ain't fading. Look, here's the thing they don't understand. When you beat the H out of somebody, and it happens, they don't understand that that coach has to go home with his players too. He's got to coach them on Saturday morning and Monday afternoon. So why am I going to beat somebody's brains in and feel good about it? We've beaten people bad in my career, and I'm not doing this, but I picked the phone up on Saturday morning and called and said, look, man, what can I do to help you? We didn't try to do that. They didn't even call. Nobody calls anymore. Nobody calls anymore. I talked to Terry. I talked to old guys. Maybe that's because we're age differences. I don't know. But you have to start caring about each other. Because Cam's got a coach, Bobby's got a coach, Johnny's got a coach, Billy's got a coach, and we all got to go back to our teams, win or lose. So, yeah, I don't think it's fading. I think it's dark.
Coach, you talk about being old school style of coach, and you know, Theodore in our area is a tight-knit community with just a great fan base. What's the community reception been like for you, Coach, and for players? What is it like playing on Friday nights in front of Theodore?
Well, I think for me it's been great, and I'm an old school guy. That's back what I'm talking about being hokey. You know, that's why I want the community there. I want to go Bobcat signs all over Theodore, all over Tillman's Corner. That's part of being old school. Have I changed philosophy-wise? We don't practice 2.5 hours and kill them anymore. I want to get them ready to play on Friday night. So I think the community has embraced us. So you'll have to ask these two what their thoughts are on that.
I think the community is what drives us to play. I mean, Theodore is the community. Friday nights, if you look in the stands like Saraland game, everyone in Theodore was there watching and supporting. So I think Theodore is our community.
It's big. I'm really glad to be at Theodore because like the community, they actually come out and help football players in school. Like they do extra stuff. You might go to some schools, don't do extra stuff for us. Like Theodore, Karen Rigby mom, team manager, you come out and bring us snacks after practice, like Thursdays. You can get something out about it because it's hot outside. People don't do that sometimes at other schools. So I'm really thankful to have or to be at Theodore and have a Coach Mash on my side and a quarterback on my left.
So Bobby, what led you to commit to Miami?
What led me to commit to Miami? Well, that's a good question. Well, they do the same defense we do, and they know how to use me. So they already had a plan for me before I even got there. So that I went up there to Miami for a presentation, come up there for a visit. They had a plan for me, and I really respect that. Cause most people don't know I'm gonna play. They put me as the athlete. They know I'm gonna play and what they're gonna do with me. And also, I had help from Coach Maz, my moms, and my dad. Coach Maz was a big help. He told me just take your time, don't rush nothing, and especially let him know when I leave, cause he's a big person be at practice. So it was cool. Yeah, I enjoyed it. It went smooth though.
Bobby, being a long time Theodore from the beginning all the way up, you never faded from Theodore.
Nah.
You know, talk about, is this like a dream, that you're living? You always wanted to see Theodore like this in this state, being number one. Just talk about that from a little kid up until now.
So I was at TA at first. I was a little kid. Yeah, I always want to see Theodore win. That's where I'm from. That's where I lived at. My grandma house was like 3 minutes from Theodore High School. So my dad went there, my cousin went there, my grandpa went there. It's just a family line going down there. So I always want to see Theodore win. I don't want to see Theodore lose. That's why I came to Theodore. Make it better, to change it.
Cam, you have an opportunity to now come back as the starting quarterback again. What is the biggest part of your game that has grown since you first started as the starting quarterback at Theodore?
I think my leadership. I know last year, it was my first year, and there was a lot of seniors on the offense, and it was hard to gain their trust and gain the lead role. But I think this year, going into it, I think more and more younger and people my age are starting to just listen to me, but not listen to me, but I mean, I don't know how to say it.
Follow you, yeah.
Just like, I think my lead role has gotten a lot better.
You guys, we've talked a lot about community, and I've been around a lot of high school football games in Mobile in the last several years. What did it mean to you the day after Thanksgiving? I mean, we were calling the game. I got there 3 hours early, and still, it took me almost an hour to get to the stadium. As you guys, I mean, as you watch that community, you haven't seen that growing up in a lot of years. There's been some empty spots, but the last couple of years, man, that community's rallied, and what they did, that Saraland game, and even the first Saraland game was incredible. Tell us what that means to you guys to walk up and see people actually tailgating in a high school football game.
It means a lot to me because, like, everybody used to call us a 2-point chumps. Like, I go to the second round, we lose. So I was trying to break that. We call that a curse to us. We try to break that curse and make it further. That was the main goal and make it to the state championship. But it felt good. I looked at the stands for a little minute, looked at the stands, looked at the lights, the coach card told me, and then embrace it. I was nervous at first, ain't gonna lie. A lot of people ain't gonna admit it, but I was real nervous. Cam came up to me, he talked to me, we prayed, and was like, let's do it. And we had to go ball out.
Anytime you're switching from class to class at 9 o'clock in the morning and the parking lot is slammed full of cars and people tailgating, it puts a smile on your face and it makes you want to go win.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It means a lot.
Make you go to class on game day?
I don't think you got to. School first.
On time.
School first.
I want to clarify one thing I was here to think about it. I said it was in shambles. I may be a little too strong. If I thought it was in shambles, I'd be laid by my swimming pool right now. Okay, I love being in coaching, and I don't want anybody to think that I'm the happiest sucker on the face of the earth today. You know, I really am. I'm in a great location with great kids in a town that I love. I'm not unhappy. Before I go out the door, I like to do something to try to change it a little bit. And yeah, with blonde hair and a little bit of age, you see some things that you think you may have. I don't get the impression that I'm bitter at all, because I'm not. I just want to see it stop, or at least slow down, Corey. We ain't gonna stop, at least slow down a little bit. So we're not doing articles on where little Johnny or little Stevie or little Cammy or little Bobby is doing. I'm being real careful. Oh yes, Brian. And today's my birthday too.
He said today's my birthday.
And today's my birthday too.
Coach, but you still don't have the win-win chicken in the pregame.
The what?
Oh, he don't know anything about that yet. Win-win chicken, like we get chicken.
We'll talk about that later.
I don't think you got that yet. I don't think you know that yet. Secret.
I tell you what we're gonna do. Whatever it takes to be in Bryant, whatever it takes to be in Bryant, is Bryant Denny, isn't it? Yeah. Whatever it takes to be there in December, we'll eat whatever. Whatever.
What do you think Bobby's ceiling is when he gets to the next level? Where should he play, position-wise?
Bobby reminds me a lot of Mark Barron, body-wise and what I've seen on film, what I've seen in practice. I think I compared him. Mark might have been a little bit faster at this age, and I think Bobby's speed, don't look at me like that. I think Bobby's speed will get to that point, but I can see Bobby being in today's college football and high school football, he is exactly what you want. He's a guy that can play on the edge, can play inside, can play high safety. I think the sky's the limit. There's one thing old Bobby ain't got to worry about. Old Coach Maddox can make sure old Bobby stays just bit old Bobby. Okay? He's going to be number, whatever number you wear, 6. That's what he's going to be. He's going to have Theodore on his chest. It ain't going to be Bobby Pruitt High School. It's going to be Theodore High School. He ain't got to worry about all that, all right? You know what? I'm messing with him. This is as good a young man as you ever want to meet. Heart as big as this room, and knew that the first time I met him. He got an infectious personality. Cam's talked about his leadership role. I've seen that grow every day. That's what's really good about high school football. And that part is not in shambles. To see these kids get better.
Also, I want to talk about, people ask me questions about Miami and this right now, but right now I'm really thinking about Thurlow High School right now. I'm not in college yet. I'm still a senior. I'm 17. I ain't there yet, but I'm pretty sure if I have a question about Miami, but I'm still in high school. So right now I'm worried about Thurlow High School and win state championship. I can't worry about college right now. That time will come, not with time.
Good point.
Coach, last year and this year, how many seniors did you lose last year?
Senior Joe have last year?
Seniors last year, I think we had 22.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On offense and defense total?
Yes, sir.
No.
They talk about in the class, I think we had 22 seniors. I think we've got, I've been lying to them until I looked at it. I think we've probably got 5 or 6 starters back on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
Would y'all say that?
About 5 or
Yeah,
6 starters.
pretty much, yeah. What other problems can I cause? Well, I've caused a bunch of them. I've talked about the shambles of high school athletics. I've talked about the dark side of coaching. Got to be something. I got to piece somebody else off before I leave out of here.
Let me look at my list and see.
Go, mate. Did I miss anybody?
Also,
Blondes out there are gonna be mad at you as well.
Who?
All the blonde-haired people.
Oh yeah, blonde-haired people be mad at me and all that kind of
also, I
stuff.
want to say, I really appreciate y'all for having me, Coach Maz, and my quarterback out here on the stands. It's big. It really helps us out. Let us talk to people. Let's see what we're really about. It's real big for us. I really appreciate all y'all, especially Corey. I'm gonna get with you in a minute. But appreciate y'all a lot. Especially KT, we go back so long. So like, my boy Tudor up there, you know how we got. But I really appreciate y'all, especially you. Yeah, you know how we get. But I really appreciate all y'all taking time, come out here, because a lot of people couldn't do this. I'm really truly blessed to do this. Have a good blonde-haired man right here.
I'm not buying you lunch. I can see the headlines tomorrow, can't you, Randy? Ben Thomas about a Mass says high school football in shambles. No, wait a minute. It'll say veteran Coach Mass. Blonde-headed Coach Mass football.
And also,
thank y'all. We're good. You thanked everybody you know. Except your mama.
Everybody.
All right, Coach, we'll go ahead and start. Introduce you guys brought with you there.
To my left, you have Brandon Purifoy, senior outside linebacker, defensive back. To my far left, you have Jerry Graham. He's an athlete for us. He's a senior. To my right, you have Michael DuBose. He's a junior offensive lineman.
Tell us how you feel going into practice start.
Feel good. Feel good. Had a great summer. They had a lot of 7-on-7 work. I feel like we got better in the trenches over the summer. A lot of fundamentals, a lot of individual drills. I think we were able to grow as a team.
3 commitments up there at the podium. Continue the Viger tradition of getting kids out to colleges. You know, just talk a little bit about that, you know, as the Viger way, so to speak.
3 commitments is a blessing. Corey Barnes also was committed to Jackson State University, one of our running backs. So that's something we pride ourselves being at Viger. First is academics. You're not going to be able to get a committable offer without having the requirements to qualify. So Jerry is committed to South Alabama. Brandon is committed to Mississippi Valley State University. And Micah is currently committed to the University of Georgia.
Viger Blunt game, elephant in the room. Everybody want to know about the Viger Blunt game being moved to Ladd. I guess I'll help get that out.
Well, I mean, game's at Ladd, August 26th, 7 p.m.
Oh, 7 p.m. now?
7 p.m. And we gotta go play football. If the game was in Mississippi, we have to go play the game in Mississippi. We gotta go play the football game. So, as far as, you know, I know there's a lot of people mad about it or, you know, logistics of it, but we can't control that up here. The only thing we can control is get ready for a football game. So what we do is we go in and we go to work every single day to get ready for a football game.
Was there a level of disappointment to know that you do have this beautiful multi-million-dollar stadium on your campus and it's not going to host your season opening rivalry game?
As the head coach at Viger High School, if I show disappointment about that, it's going to transition to my kids. So we have to go play a football. And we just gotta go handle business.
Coach, last year being your first year as head coach, talk about the difference between this time last year and now, and what you were able to learn in year number one as head coach at your alma mater.
The big difference is a lot of people grew up, coaches, players, everything. Just after that season, we all went back and we reevaluated. We didn't make the playoffs, 5-4. Disappointing season. We know that. So every day we come in, we got something to work at. We have to get better every single day. Back to square one.
Knowing last season you didn't make the playoffs, BC Rain snuck up on you after you beat Blunt last year. Just talk about the differences that you're gonna take, to prepare the kids for one game at a time.
One game at a time. You right now I can only look at Blunt. I can't look at BC Ryan, I can't look at UMS Wright. I just can look at Blunt. That's the first game on the schedule. That's the only game I can focus on now. Once that one's over, we go to the next one. Once that one's over, we go to the next one. But right now, it's one game at a time. For week 15 in mind.
Coach, you've got some talented guys sitting up there with you, and the landscape of high school sports is ever changing. You see a lot of guys up and leaving. You see, third-party people trying to get guys to go other places. Have you faced that as a coach? Did you face it as a player when you were at Viger? And if so, how has that changed, and what are you up against now?
Well, at Viger, when a kid comes to Viger, they know they're not coming to the excellent facilities. They know they're not, going to have the luxurious things. So when the kid comes to Viger to come play football and to soar academically, they know what they signed up for. We haven't had any kids leave. So it's just, I think, relationships and what your kids want. We have 3 commitments up here. So, what are you looking for? We just want to play physical football, get the kids to the next level.
Is that loyalty and pride in the program something that, you can rest a little bit easier at night knowing that these guys have your back, you have theirs, and this is the team you're going to have when you guys kick off on August 26th?
Well, anything can happen in high school football. A player can up and leave tomorrow. So you still have to cover all bases. I mean, who wouldn't want these 3 guys up here? So you still have to make sure that you're talking to them and you are reiterating things that are very important. But Viger has a tradition. And the tradition of Viger doesn't really allow that to happen. I wouldn't say it's Coach Cook. I would say it's the tradition and the culture of Viger High School.
Being the only national champion in high school football in the state of Alabama history, does that really help Viger keep those players and that community tight, when it comes to football?
I think it does. When I was in school, that was harped on a lot. Now they're a lot younger, so they know about it, but we have a couple coaches on our staff, Bradley Craig, Marcus Durgeon, Ryan Blakely. So they were actually on that team. So they tell them a lot about what happened, but they have a lot of coaches that are alumni that played at Viger that have experienced it, so we're able to give them stories from when we played. So we walked the same hallway. We drove down the same streets. Some of the same places are still there, so it's a big community. It's a community thing. It's a family. The school is spirit built.
Talking about the community and the school that's spirit built, you also have an opportunity. You mentioned the game being played at Ladd, the Blunt game, but after that, now you're going to have an opportunity to actually be in your own stadium and having that spring game. Talk about the excitement of having that spring game in your own stadium and actually having a continuous season there on Wilson Avenue with looking at a brand new stadium.
I remember seeing you there, and I remember seeing a lot of you guys come, and it was something I've never seen before. I grew up in Pritchard, not too far from Pritchard Stadium. Used to walk there. And so I remember their environment, but it was different just being on campus, to be able to walk out, straight to the field. Our kids were pumped up. We had some rain, had a lightning delay, They came back out and they wanted to play football. You know, they were fired up, and it's something that we're very, very proud of to just have it. You know, we never thought this day would come.
Yeah.
And so,
What did y'all learn from that spring game? What takeaways did y'all get away from the spring game? Were there a whole lot of improvements? Were there a whole lot of places that needed improvement?
I think we had a decent showing, but it was a spring game. You know, if you wanted to keep score, you could say we had a good game, but as a coach, it was a spring game. It was no W, no L. So we went to the drawing board, we graded the film, and we're looking at what we got to get better at. We've seen some strengths, but we got to fix our weaknesses.
Kieran, you got your decision out of the way. I'm sure that was a little bit of relief. You're going to stay here in the Mobile area to play for South. How excited are you about that decision and kind of have it in the rear view at this point? And you know, after you finish your career, to play for South.
I feel great about my decision. I feel like South is a growing program that's going to be very talented when I get there in future years, and I feel like I'll be a good fit for their program and what they're trying to succeed in.
Coach Cook, you know your players and you dress for the occasion. You know, this the normal outfit that, you know, we should, you know, expect at future press conference.
We just never know. You know, it might come in some different nature. I don't know. I mean, we just like to have a different standard. You know, we could have came in jerseys, but you know, we agreed that we wanted to look a certain way.
Does everybody on the team have the green suit?
Oh, we have a lot of them at the school. So when we go places, you know, we have a blazer. We normally throw a pair of pants on, a white shirt, and we always have matching ties. So that's something we've been doing for a while.
Talk about Micah, how much you've seen him grow and what his potential is.
Micah. I've seen Micah grow from an 11-year-old boy. And I mean, he gets better every day. I've seen the good, I've seen the bad. I've seen him have some days where he felt like he couldn't block nobody. And I've also seen some days where I didn't think he could miss a block. So Micah has a chance to win Mr. Football. I will say that. Micah has a chance to be one of the best to ever come through Logan High School. As long as he stays focused and continues to play hard, don't take plays off, the sky's the limit for Michael DeRose.
Michael, you had a block in that spring game. Everybody said the blind side block where you drove the kid from Gill by 30 yards downfield. What was going through your mind when you was blocking that kid?
Well, what was going through my mind at the time was, I'm just finna try to demolish this kid. There's in front of his family in the stand, so it was like, after the play, like when the whistle blew, I was kind of mad because I didn't get to finish him. So the ref kind of was like, "Oh, stop all that." He kind of hit my face a little bit. So what happened was, it was just a good block. It was nice. I'm glad about that.
Brandon, you know as the Honey Badger, the Pritchett version. You know, talk about your role on the defense out there, like.
My role, I'm the leader on my defense. I've been there for 4 years. Everybody asks me questions, this and that, but I play a big role in that.
This question for all three of the players. You guys had an opportunity to win that championship and wanting to get back and win another Blue Map. What do you think it would take to get back there this year? And as far as where you've learned and where you have grown as a player from the time you won this championship, because I know, Micah, you played in the state championship game, started Purifoy, you led the team in tackles. Graham, you were an instrumental part in the receiving core. But how have you grown as a player, and what have you learned about yourself?
Just a lot of hard work and dedication. I've been pushing my team since we got back to football. Like last year, we didn't have the best season that we've had. So this year, we just trying to get back to the state championship.
I was going with Graham. I said, we working.
Going off of what them two said, we are definitely striving to become second-time state champions. most of our team did not experience that at the time. So we only got maybe about 20 guys who actually went to state with us and won it. So we definitely plan to get back up there. Definitely plan to be state champions again. And it takes a lot of hard work to get there. So I'm ready for this ride though.
Returning coach, how many offensive and defensive players do you have returning on each side of the ball?
Okay, I have 18 starters returning. 8 on defense, 10 on offense.
Coach, right after you found out that you weren't gonna make the playoffs, y'all was in the weight room.
Back to work.
I'm talking about during the playoffs. So, talk about that, and up until now, the development you've seen with some of the other players.
I mean, when you look at it, we didn't make the playoffs. It was no point in us taking a break for what? We didn't earn a reason to get a break, so we kept working. So we went in the weight room hard, conditioning. These guys will tell you, we're gonna run every single day. We're gonna run. We are gonna run. We're gonna lift weights, and the standard is the standard. We're gonna work hard, and that's just what we take in. We just gonna work hard every single day. Every day we come in, we gotta get better at something. We gotta get better each day.
I ride by a lot of high schools, and it's like kids out there on their own. Talk about having your own kids on your own field. On a Sunday they could go out there. On a Saturday they out there working. Talk about that advantage of having kids once they come on that campus and they never leave. Talk a little bit about that advantage.
I mean, the thing about Varga, you're from Pritchard, so you know that when you drive on Wilson Avenue and you can see the stadium, when you see people see the team practicing, they're going to pull in the parking lot just to see what's going on. They're going to stop at the light, put their caution lights on, and just watch. It's a big community thing. Some people may never understand it, but they just want to be around Varga football. It's so many fans that they're just ready for the first game. August 1st, we got so many calls because people thought that that was the first official day like it used to be. And so everybody was like, where y'all at, coach? But they ready to get to work we are too. Practice-wise, we have parents that'll sit in the parking lot. You'll think it's a basketball game going on in the back of Varga, but they're waiting on their kids to get out of practice and just want to see what's going on.
Yeah, a question for you guys. Micah and Jerry, and I know y'all are two sports athletes. Micah, you played on the basketball team. Jerry, you're a state champion in track and field. Let's talk about how being a multi-sport athlete has helped you as far as on the football side is concerned.
Well, track, it really helps me out with condition because track is nothing but running, so that really helps me out with the condition part and staying in shape.
Well, I played a handful of sports. I kind of played 5, so it was basketball, soccer, tennis, football. I was trying to get a little bit of track, but soccer and track, they kind of coincide with each other. So it was really good for my conditioning wise and getting my footwork right. It's my feet work, so I'm always moving. I'm a big guy, like 295, so if I can sit there and run up and down a soccer field for 90 minutes when I get took out, which is I'm gonna do in the football field. So it's really good for my conditioning and my mind. It helps. It's kind of like therapy. Playing sports for me is like therapy. So if I'm like in a time of need, instead of me like going to my mom trying to worry her, play sports. It helps my mental a lot.
You went to Ohio State, and I remember as an 8th grader, you said that's one school that you wanted to, go visit one day. How did Varga, of all schools, help you get, to that point where you were able to go fulfill that dream?
Well, for one, the development. Coach Cook has done a great job developing me since I was 8th grade, 11-year-old. He's been doing a great job. And another one is our recruiting coach, Coach May. He does a great. He's one of the best in mobile. He's actually the best in Alabama. I'll give him that. He's the best in Alabama. He gets you anywhere. He gets if you're doing what you got to do, he can get everybody on the team a scholarship, full ride. So I'm very blessed to be in the position I am, and with the staff and the players and teammates around me, I'm very blessed.
Micah, you did go there and get that Ohio State offer. You've been committed to Georgia for a while. So where are you now in your whole recruitment process?
My recruitment process, I'm still open. Ohio State is a big school for me, so it's like Ohio State is definitely one of my top 3 right now. So it's very, I'm nowhere near done. I still got 2 more years. I'm thinking about graduating early, so right now I'm with my stance with Georgia as my commitment. I'm still solid right now, but I'm still taking visits and talking to a lot of other coaches.
Chairman, how does it help having Coach Cook went through the same recruitment process that y'all go through on a daily basis, having him as a head coach to, you know, kind of like stand in the back, and if you need me, come back in and talk to me. And Coach Cook on the second part, you played with, you know, my nephew when he was getting recruited by Florida, one of the top players in the country. So, you know, I want you to talk about that as a coach as well.
Coach Cook being our coach and going to college, and it really helps us because he's half of the practice he take us through a practice like we in college already. And he give us the rundown and everything, stuff like that, how college will go for you.
Okay. As far as recruiting, I have the best recruiting coordinator there is in Curtis May. Give a big shout out to him, also to Roy Brown. You know, Roy Brown's been doing it for a while. That's Jerry's uncle. And so he's been helping us out with recruiting, with Mr. Everything for me. Without those 2 guys, I don't know if I'd be sitting in this seat. But as far as, you know, recruiting, it's their decision. I don't make the decision for them, but I give them the pros and cons of each school. You know, if they ask for advice, they get it. Coach May as well. Coach May helps out extremely amount with recruiting, because as being a head coach, you know, I'm getting pulled every way. So he has to step in and do a lot with that. But these are some smart kids, you know. The GPA show it, you know, and what we look at is the best option for our student athletes. What's the best fit for them? Not what's the best name, but what's the best fit for them.
Purefoy committing, verbally committed to Mississippi Valley State. What went into that process? And again, as a true freshman, leading the team in tackling and continuing that every single year, for those doubters that say you're too small, what word would you give to them, and where do you look? Do you use that as personal motivation to say, hey, you can look at me and say I'm too small, but just pop in the film and it speaks for itself?
Well, I just let the people that say I'm too small just talk. I just show my game on the field. But Mississippi Valley I just felt like it was the best fit for me, because it was like, I just felt like it was home, like it was fire.
Brandon or Jerry, when y'all are on defense in practice, are you hoping that Micah doesn't get to the second level?
Not really, because Mike can't, Mike, he fast, but he not fast like me, so I he probably had to get a chance to get his hands on me, so that's something I don't really worry about.
Coach Cook, 5A Region 1, everybody dodged the bullet, I'm gonna talk about it. Talk about the difference. You know, you're 4A state champs, and moving up to 5A, is it a different level that you have to, for us moving up to that higher classification?
I would say the biggest difference is the depth and the practice, taking care of your kid's body. You know, you're in the 19 regions, so that means you're playing 8 region games. You start off with the first game as a rivalry that's non-region, so it might as well be a region game as well. And then, this year we added City Lanier for week 10. So it's a good, every game you got to give your best. You can't, no weeks can be taken off.
Now, Micah, earlier in the conference, your coach had some high praise for you, saying that, you're a Mr. Football caliber player. What does it mean to have belief from your coaching staff like that as a player?
As a player, it's if you feel like your coach don't believe in you, you're not gonna like do a lot. Because you feel like if your coach don't believe in you, and you just don't have to do a lot of stuff. So with my coaches believing in me and having that confidence in me, it makes me want to excel my, how do I say this? It makes me want to excel my play to a higher level. So I can win Mr. Football. So I can go to Georgia and start. So I can go to any conference and play. So I can be an NFL guy, possibly a Golden Jacket guy, try to get in the Hall of Fame. So with that belief from my support, my mom, my dad, my coaches, players, it's nice. It's nice to have that.
Jerry, in track, you beat Ryan Williams. You and Joe Lott both beat him in that particular race. I see a lot of kids moving. That right there lets you know that you probably can just stay at Boggy and do everything that you probably can do at other schools. What's your take on some of the kids? Why do you think they're moving to those other schools?
Well, I think they're moving to those other schools because some kids, they see Ryan, KJ, Sante, Myron, and the dude that just transferred over there. They see they can just go over there and just ride their coattail and win another state championship. That's probably one of the reasons why.
Mike, it's interesting, you and your coach have both mentioned Mr. Football. Is that a real goal for you, obviously?
Well, yeah, that's a goal for me, but as in the bigger picture, it's nice to have it, but I'm trying to really prepare my body and prepare my skill set for college.
When you guys finish up, what will have playing at Viger meant to you? I know, Michael, you're only a junior. Of course, you two guys being seniors. When you finish that last game, and hopefully it is holding a blue mat, what will it mean to you to have played at Viger?
It will mean a lot. I've been at Viger. I've been coming around Viger since I was probably like 4 years old. So that would mean a lot to me to see guys go, win, and for me to come and win. So it'll mean a lot.
I'm agree. I said it means a lot to me. It's a tradition. My cousin played, my family. It means a lot.
Jerry, where do they expect you to play at South? What position?
Receiver right now.
Receiver. You like that?
Yes, sir. But it don't matter to me. Y'all play anything you want me to.
Coach, where are you expecting to play for Viger?
Stay tuned.
Coach Cook, being from Pritchard, growing up in Pritchard, coaching at Viger, your entire coaching career, do you consider this your dream job?
I feel that, it was destined for me. I'm 28 years old, entering my second year as a head coach, 7-year coaching. So God's directing me here, so I'm trusting His plan.
All right, Wolfpack, thank you. Appreciate it. I look forward to seeing you at 7 p.m. Right? Yes. Who you brought with you?
I have Carday Smith, 6'6", 305 offensive tackle. He's a junior. Ellis McGaskin, junior, 6'1", 195, linebacker, running back. He will be a 9th grader. And Taj Overton, 6'1", 200-pound safety. He will be a junior.
Oh, a 9th grader.
Absolutely.
Tell us about it.
The name, if you know the McGaskins, his last name, says a lot. This is a kid that started for us at running back in the 8th grade, had over 100 yards in the playoff game. He's a kid that is an honor student. He does everything right. He does everything we ask. Has about 5 offers right now, Texas A&M being his latest offer. He's going to be a linebacker for us, but he will see some running back. But he's a kid that you only get maybe once every 10 or 15 years. We talk about Robert Woodyard coming out, but this kid is probably on track right now to be better than him.
Let's talk about your big lineman. One of them, you know, you got a couple of them. Y'all might have the longest line down here. You know, just talk about the whole offensive line.
Well, you know, that's been a rebuilding process. And Carday came over to us last year. His mom is a Williamson alum. And when I took the job, you know, she wanted to bring her son home. So that's one of the biggest blessings we've had. He's a kid. He's 6'6", 305. He's not your prototypical offensive lineman. We look at the offensive lineman from Viger. I think he has similar capabilities of this kid. He recently just picked up an Auburn offer yesterday, so that's big for him. He has about 6 offers and the second SEC offer. He's a kid. He's an honor student also. He's an AB kid. He works hard. He cries and complains, but, you know, that's part of the game, right? He acts like a baby, but we love him to death, man. He's going to be special for us. Robert McMillan is another offensive tackle we have. He's about 6'3", probably about 280. He has about 4 offers, UAB being his latest offer. He's a kid that's been with us for a while. He was a point guard in basketball, so that tells you he can move his feet. Man, I can keep going on and on. Eric Williams is another kid that we have. I think he's a sophomore. He's about 6'3", probably about 265, 270. He's a kid that hadn't played much football, but if you look at him every day at practice, he's getting better. He's physical. He does everything the coach asks. You'll never hear anything out of Eric. You can curse him out. I don't care what you do. Only thing you're going to hear is yes, sir. So that's what we modeled our offensive line after. You know, so if you don't know one thing we're going to do is we're going to run the ball and we're going to be physical. All right, we had a great summer in the weight room and on the field, so we're definitely going to run the ball.
Just name a handful of guys who are really talented, and unlike some other schools, they're hanging with you, right? I mean, at this day and age, in the landscape of high school sports where things are headed, is there concern? Have you dealt with guys looking, people trying to come in, scoop your players up, and if so, how are you working to combat that?
I think every school deals with it, but I handle my kids differently. All right, I don't want my kids playing for me because of something they can do for me. All right, I'm there to serve my kids. All right, so I don't treat them as such. I treat them like family. All of my kids I treat like family. All right, when they do good, I reward them. All right, once they do bad, I get on to them. But it's a family atmosphere over there. Yeah, I mean, you got to think, I went to school with his mom. I played against his dad, you know, so everything we do is family oriented. Of course, you have guys that try to get your players, but Williamson High School and that community is family oriented, so I don't have to too much worry about that. And, you know, that's what I model, what I do afterwards. You know, all the kids, they love me. They don't come to Williamson to play football. They come to be coached and be taught how to be young successful men in life. And that's what I love about being at Williamson High School.
Yeah, let's talk about the numbers. How many people you have out now practice?
Well, we range anywhere right now for practice 65 to 70. But we'll range, since we're 6 through 12, 7 through 12, we'll range from anywhere from that 70 to about 130. Being that we have a middle school in our mains is on campus with us now.
Taj Owens, talk a little about him, Yusuf Clark, and Jermaine McCree. Talk a little bit about those 3.
We'll start with Taj, in which I got Taj in the 8th grade in the spring. And he's a kid that since he stepped foot on Williamson campus, he's been starting. He started in our spring game in the 8th grade. Taj is a kid that has numerous offers also. He's a 6'1", long, rangy kid. He's another kid that takes care of business in the classroom. You know, that's first and foremost, because you can be the most talented guy in the world. If you don't take care of business in the classroom, you're just wasting your time. He takes care of business in the classroom. His dad and his mom are really involved with the football program and in his school. He's a kid, I think he's the general on the defense. He makes sure everybody's set. He gets the right calls in. He instructs the defense. So he's a kid, like I say before, he's going to be a Power 5 kid also. He's special. I can't talk enough about Taj and the way he attacks the game and the way he carries himself on and off the field. He's quiet also, and we call him the sniper, you know, and I mean, rightfully so, because he's probably one of the better safeties in the state. Jermaine McCree is a kid that we got. Funny story, he was a freshman. So we started a freshman at corner last year, and I had no clue. All right, so I'm just taking the job. I moved from a defensive coordinator to a head coach, and I don't know what to expect out of this kid. I don't know if we're going to get blowed out or what. But he's a kid that worked at it, started with basketball, played a little bit of football. Worked at it, and ended up having 6 interceptions, first team All-State. I think he has about 4 or 5 offers also. He's another kid that's going to be dynamic and special. We're working with him right now in the classroom, in which we know he can do it. Working with him in the weight room because he got to get a lot stronger. He's grew. And I mean, he's long. He's going to be a successful corner. And have college coaches stopping by just to tell you that I'm going to offer this kid just off of his ability and what I see right now. That's real big. So Jermaine is a kid that we're real excited about, and I got him for a couple of years, so that's great for me. Yusuf Clark, which I'm pretty sure everyone knows. Any college coach that come down, that's the first name that come out of their mouth is Yusuf Clark. He's an outside backer. He'll be a junior. He's about 6 feet, about 200 pounds. And he corners, I think, 5 or 6 offers. Yusuf is probably, he falls in a category that Robert Woodyard, Tyreek Gaines, Owen Wilson. He's one of the kids that played with those guys, and he came in and started as a freshman. So you talk about an outside linebacker that knows the defense, that can instruct the defense. He's that kid, and he's a physical kid. The way he attacks the game is real scary sometimes. He's came in, he's done a great job for us. He's an AB student also. So notice when I talk about these kids, I always mention grades because that's real important to me. All right, and all these kids are honor students and they take care of it in the classroom. All right, the football part, that's the easy part for me. All right, but building successful men in life is what I strive to do. And if they do it right in the classroom, there's no doubt they're going to do it right on the field.
Talk about DeMar. Starting a little bit as a 7th grader. And, you know, that's one of the benefits of having your kids already there. You know, just talk about DeMar and his development. And he don't look like an 8th grader.
Right. DeMarcus Dale Brown, as he said before, he started as a 7th grader. And this is a kid, and I talk about pass rushing, and I train a lot of guys. A lot of guys that are not on my team, a lot of guys that play for other teams in high school. I train a lot of pass rushers. And I haven't seen a kid that I've trained that has the natural instincts like this kid has as a pass rusher. He reminds me of myself. When I say that he reminds me of myself is, I think the most essential thing with a pass rusher is pad level and ball get off. But secondly, taking what the offensive tackle gives you. So one wrong move by the offensive tackle, he's going to make you look crazy. His pad level, his ball get off is amazing. I talk about it every day. You're talking about a pure fluid pass rusher. That's what DeMarcus Dale Brown is, and I promise you, he'll probably be one of the top defensive ends in the nation. He's just going to the 8th grade. And I mean, he's put on a little weight. He's been in the weight room, so he's going to be real scary to deal with this year.
Speaking of the weight room, Williamson, Saraland, Satsuma, Chickasaw, only public schools that have access to their middle school program. How important is that, being the only school in the Mobile County public school system, to have the weight program where you control?
It's vital, man. It's real vital. And today, with how the game has changed, you look at the successful teams, the Thompsons, the Hoovers, the IMGs, and I've been to all these places. You look at all the successful teams, and what any successful program starts with is a successful weight room and a successful weight program. You can go to Alabama, you can go to Georgia. Like all of these, let's just take Georgia for instance, last year. I can go back and watch every game they played, and I guarantee you they were more physical than any team they played. All right, so that gives me the ability to teach our younger kids, our middle schoolers, the exact way and how to lift weights, understanding nutrition, understanding conditioning, because most of these kids come from park balls where they're the best player on the team. They don't know anything about weights. So just giving them the knowledge of how to lift weights, why I need to lift weights. 7th grade running back I have right now, you think he's a senior with how he's built. Like, I mean, it's scary. And to have these kids come in and I'm able to split the groups up and work out with the young kids and teach them how to power clean, teach them how to hang clean, teach them how to stretch, it's real big for us, you know. And with most of these schools down here, with the few that you named, you know, UMS or St. Paul's, like, these schools are K through 12. You know, so I mean, you think about having a kid from kindergarten all the way up to the 12th grade in the same program. That's real beneficial, and it's benefiting me to where now I can have a 8th grade running back. I can have a 7th grade defensive end that can play varsity. You know, so it really helps them and it helps my program, and I think that's a real blessing to us. So we're going to use it to our advantage.
Coach, of course, last year, you make the playoffs, you lose out first round to Charles Henderson, who went on to play in the state championship game, and it was a pretty close game. Shows you're pretty close to the mountaintop. What are you doing in this offseason to prepare for 2023 to get to the mountaintop?
Well, last year we didn't have a complete offseason, and what I say is a full offseason. You know, because after the season ended, you know, things started to happen. You know, I didn't know where I was going to be. Half of my coaches had left and went elsewhere. You know, so with me taking the job, we were able to have a full summer, a full off season. I had a spring. I was able to integrate the guys in a system that I believe they'll be successful in, and weight program that I think will work to get us a lot more physical than we were. So, man, we're not doing anything different. I'm not going to rewrite the wheel. We brought in a lot of talented players that have decided to come join Williamson High School. And we just, like I said before, man, we take it a day at a time. You're not going to see anything different. You're going to see a bigger offensive line. We did lose a quarterback, so we will have a battle, you know, in which they're still battling right now to see who's going to be the starting quarterback. Defensively, we'll always have our edge. We're really working on special teams. I think that's something we have to get better at. So that's something that I harp on every day, and we spend a lot of time on that. You know, if we fix the special team miscues, I think we end up, you know, with 1 or 2 losses. So that's something big that we're focusing on. So special teams is the main focus, but just getting these kids out there, man, letting them enjoy and have a good time, but understand that we do mean business, and we are going to make a statement this year.
Todd, in that Charles Henderson game, it was a controversial catch that didn't get caught. How do you use that to not get back in that same situation where an official can, you know, determine if a team wins?
Just play through it. That's all you can do. Play through it. Try to find better ways to be able to keep it rolling, keep going to get the win.
Piggyback on that, Coach, what did that motivate you to go in and close teams out more, or, you know, because the official did decide that?
Most definitely, man, and you know, I love the officials. I just want to say that, you know, it's a shortage in officials. We know what's going on in the world, so I love the officials, but we have to win convincingly, you know, and that's at the end of the day. I look back on the film, you know, and there was a lot of calls that were questionable, you know. We go ahead for the go-ahead touchdown, and it's called back because my offensive lineman helmet flies off. You know, so just a lot of questionable calls that I can't do anything about, but I guarantee you every day in workouts, when we're lifting, every day in workouts when we're running, you can ask either one of these kids sitting up here, what we doing reps for, you know. So I'm pushing them that much harder so we can go out and we can close out games and win them convincingly, man. That's what it's about. We don't want any close games. It's either you're going to blow us out or we're going to blow you out.
Carter, what's been the big difference? Coming back to Williamson from Theodore, coaching wise.
I got more love at Wilson. It feel like they look at me more, show me more attention. Feel like a family.
Coach, running back. Me and Mr. Mack was in here talking. We're going to be the running back. And then here comes McGaskey, you say running back, linebacker. Coach Sherman Williams, back with you again, another legend. Man, talk about your staff and the development that they have, impacted. And you got all your receivers back again. Just talk about some of those coaches.
All right, I'll address the running back situation first. And we probably got the deepest running back room down here. And I'll be honest with you, Ellis, he's going to play some running back. Keontae Petway, he will play some running back. AJ, which we played for us last year, he'll play some running back. Travius, which is my 7th grade running back going to the 8th grade, he'll definitely play some running back. He has a brother that's in the 9th grade going to the 10th. He'll play some running back. He was the running back that led all rushers in the spring. So I have about 5 guys, 5 running backs, 5 solid running backs. And I forget about Willie Maddox, so we have about 6. So we're deep at running back. These kids can play multiple positions. So if one is at running back, you may see one at the slot. Ellis will be at running back. Keontae will be at linebacker. So we have the depth as far as running back goes. Development with my staff. I have added a few additions. I got Coach Robert Brown. He came in from Indianapolis. He was a head coach at numerous schools. I mean, he has maybe 20 to 30 years of experience. I've added him to the defensive side of the ball. He's been a head coach maybe at 5 or 6 different schools in Indianapolis. I also added, we call him Mr. Murray, Dr. Murray. He came from Houston, Texas. He's a guy that has a lot of experience. He's moved down here. He's with us. He's going to handle all of the weight room and nutrition stuff for us right now. His wife is due to have a baby any day. But as far as the weight room and nutrition goes, that's what he specializes in. He'll handle that, and we'll have him in multiple places also. Sherman Williams, Shake 20, everybody knows him. Just a great addition to the staff, man. I mean, just a great addition to be around. And I tell people, when you look at my staff, we don't look at the staff as being a star-studded staff. I look at my staff as being guys that have been through something. All right, so we talk about Sherman doing 15 years. All right, most people don't, we're not going to bring up that, but within those 15 years, he learned a lot. He learned what not to do, and he learned that he can come back and he can instill the same thing in these kids or what not to do. Jamarcus Russell, which is a guy, first-round draft pick. He calling me right now, I couldn't answer the phone. Literally, as soon as I walked in, he was calling. Another guy that played in the league a long time, had some issues, some troubles, but he bounced back. And these kids are able to relate to these type of guys. Jonathan Mitchell, which he's been along with me for a while. Darnell Stanley, probably one of the best linebacker coaches I've ever seen. You can check his track record. He puts them out, and just guys, Jamal Henry, he played with me, he played with Jamarcus. He blocked for Jamarcus. So having him on staff, having the Williamson family on staff really helps out a lot. But we have to understand that today it is a production business. All right, so I expect what I expect out of these guys. I don't care where they've been, what they've done. All right, the standard is the standard. And they make my job so easy, man. I promise they feel like I have the easiest job in the world. It makes my job easy to have these guys on staff and own it. They don't miss a beat. They're on top of everything, which is going to help us as a community first and foremost, but it's definitely going to help us as a program.
Ellis, we don't see a lot of ninth graders coming here. Tell us what it means for your coach to have that type of confidence in you to bring you to this event.
He just showed the love. I just know they just want to see everybody get to the top. I'm just here to help.
Okay, run down some of your family members, football players.
We got
Not all of them.
we got my dad, Ellis McGaskin Sr. He played for Williamson and BC Rain. My uncle, Elliot McGaskin, he played for, I think, BC Rain. He went to UAB. And then my other uncle, Elgin McGaskin, I think he went to Williamson also.
Yeah.
Damn it. Yeah, that's my kid.
So, I mean, it's a big family now, I mean, but.
Coach, you know, I know Simone was talking about the, you know, kids transferring. Your assistant coaches are like a buffer zone. Anybody that try to call some Williamson kid, you know, they on top of it. You know, just talk about having assistant coaches that's in the community where people calling them say, hey, such and such trying to get such and such to leave. And, you know, y'all are so involved in that community that it's a real buffer zone around the Williamson kids. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, well, you know, and I talk about this with my staff, you know, we try to stay inside the MCPSS standards with that, you know, in the protocols. But one thing we will not do is play about our kids, you know, and I tell everybody that, you know, and we're real protected in that Maysville community. With Darnell Stanley, he grew up in that community. I grew up in that community. Jamarcus Russell grew up in that community. Jamal Henry grew up in that community. Jawan Drain, all these guys grew up in that community, so we have community ties. You gotta understand that I went to school with his mom. I know his folks. So all of these kids that I have, I either went to school with their parent or I went to school with someone that knows their parent. So that's what we use to our advantage. We're not going out recruiting, we want this kid, we want that kid. No, we're gonna keep what we got. All right, so what I do is we have Matrix Park, we have BMO, we have all those parks around. All right, I'm gonna show my face. One, to support the kids, all right, in any way we can. And two, to let them know that we're here. All right, home is Williamson High School, this is where you're supposed to be. All right, and we're gonna make that known. You know, and all of my coaches are the same way. They're outspoken, they're not scared. They don't care about job security. I'm just being honest. They don't care about job security because it's all about the kids. And when it comes down to that, I'm the same way. You know, job security is cool. I love it every day. But when it comes down to my kids, you know, I'll step outside of those boundaries.